what we stick to.
They're saying hello to you on the camera, look.
Cambridge have revealed where Prince George
You're going to give
will
them
be
a
going
wave?
to school. The
Go
royal
on then,
will
give them a
attend
wave.
Thomas's
Say hello.
Fantasy, a private
There you
school
go.
in London
That was easy,
from
wasn't it?
September.
Yeah.
That's the latest. I'm Simon English.
The sun's been
They're all
shining
on there,
across
yeah.
many parts of the country today. Look at this beautiful picture from North Yorkshire, and more good weather on the way
But
this
yeah,
weekend.
good job it's not on.
Now there is an exception though.
It's not on
Across
at
the
the moment.
south and the southwest today it's been pretty cloudy.
it's
In
not
fact,
on.
Cornwall,
We're
Devon, quite
playing something
overcast
else.
here even into the afternoon. But even here, the clouds are breaking up now. And wherever you are tonight, the temperatures will be
Can you
dipping
leave
away
it
very
there, please?
quickly with those
Is that okay?
clearing
Thank
skies.
you.
Big high pressure establishes itself across the UK. In the centre of this high, very light winds, clear skies, frost developing, and some mist and fog
Can you
as
see
well
'em?
very early on Saturday morning. So starry night
Can you see them?
on the way for some of us.
Can you?
The temperatures in city centres will be around 2
They're all
or
saying
3
hello to
degrees,
you.
but in rural spots more like
They're all
minus
saying hello
2 or
to
3
you.
degrees, even minus 4 there.
Why? Because I think you're
across,
gorgeous.
north of England. So Saturday morning starts off on a beautiful note, a little bit misty,
Yeah.
foggy in one or two places, but by the time we get to the
Don't touch.
afternoon,
Don't touch,
look at
please.
that.
Thank you.
Stunning weather across the UK. A bit windy, but a
Brendan's doing a
cold wind
radio
there
show.
around that southeastern
I'm doing
corner.
a
So on the
radio
coast
show.
itself only 9 degrees, but
No.
some areas inland could see temperatures as high as
Sorry?
15, 16, 17 degrees on Saturday.
You want to
That'll be
dance?
mostly across
Do you?
western
There's no
areas
music
of the
yet.
UK, western parts of
Music
Wales,
later.
for example. And Saturday afternoon, not much
Music
changes.
later.
That our friend high pressure is still here.
Music later. Yes,
So
you can
clear
dance
skies,
later.
and again
No,
another
don't
cold
touch.
night.
Don't touch. It's
Saturday
playing.
night into Sunday. Now
No.
Saturday night into Sunday, the clocks
Okay.
change. So 1 a.m.
Okay.
magically becomes 2 a.m.
What are you doing?
And these are the sunrises and the sunsets on Sunday. So you can see the sunrises there at 7 o'clock in Wrexham, and it sets about 20.
We'll have to give you back to Nanny in a minute.
Then on Sunday again, high
We'll have to
pressure
give you back to
right
Nanny in a
across the
minute.
UK, so again another beautiful
Why?
day.
Because I've got- I'm
Cloud
doing a
amounts may
show.
vary a little bit across some of these eastern areas,
I'm
but I
on the
think
radio.
overall it is going to be staying bright
See?
across most of the UK. Here's a look at
we go and see Nanny?
the weather beyond
Come
that.
on.
So the
Say
high
bye-bye.
pressure looks as though it's going to slip away a little bit further
Bye.
towards the east, and then we're going to be watching this
Come on
area
in.
of low pressure. That might bring some particular cloud and some outbreaks of rain, but not until, let's say, around about Tuesday. So here's the weekend. Lots of settled weather with some warm sunshine, but a touch of frost. Bye-bye.
Motivate News on the hour, every hour.
Just before we proceed with the business question, I have to notify the House in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967 that Her Majesty has signified her royal assent to the following acts: Supply and Appropriation Anticipation and Adjustments Act 2017.
Sound okay?
European Union Notification of Withdrawal Act 2017.
It's breaking news on exactly what you were discussing, the UK and the Brexit negotiations. The United Kingdom, it is official to trigger Brexit on March 29th. That's according to the Prime Minister Theresa May's spokesperson.
Exactly that,
So
Michelle.
put that in your diary.
Exactly
Official
that.
negotiations
Well
for
said.
the UK's exit from the European Union will begin on March 29th. I want to bring in the guests, Isabel Mateus Ilago of BlackRock, and of course David Cole of Julius Baer, Head of Currency
Cheers, Graham.
Research,
Thank you.
still very much with us. David, I want to begin with you. The Brexit negotiations set to officially begin next week. Sterling negative drivers. Is this going to be one, even though we knew it was coming?
Has anyone checked YouTube out yet to see how that sounds?
I agree. I mean, I think this date per se, so the Brexit negotiation actually starting, is well discounted in sterling. We think the only thing which can drive sterling even lower, and we think this will happen, is actually that we see a reaction in terms of money flows into the UK. Remember, we have very strong foreign direct investment flows into the UK, which are financing a huge current account deficits, around 5-6%. They have not slowed yet, so there had been no reaction yet. We think this will happen later in the negotiation process, and this will be a renewed weakness for the pound. So far, we think, like all this talk about hard Brexit, a soft Brexit, and more hard Brexit, actually negotiation or strategy of the UK government is priced in the depressed level of the currency. So for now, rather a neutral outlook in the shorter term, and then negative in the longer term.
All right, lads, consider this your trigger warning. On Wednesday, March 29th, British Prime Minister Theresa May is scheduled to officially notify the European Union of the United Kingdom's intention to leave. starting a 2-year timetable for negotiations on the terms of exit and future relations. If all goes according to plan, Brexit should happen in March of 2019. Here's a basic timetable that I found that lays out how this will go if all goes smoothly. On March 29, 2017, the UK will trigger Article 50,
No.
signaling their intent to leave the European Union. Sometime in April, European
No,
Council
hello
President
there,
Donald
brother.
Tusk is expected to call an EU summit of the 27
Different
leaders
countries do different
without the
things
UK
with different drinks,
to agree to give the
believe
European
it or not.
Commission a mandate to negotiate with the UK. After the EU 27 summit, the European Commission will publish negotiation guidelines based on the mandate that the EU leaders give it. The EU might say something about possible parallel negotiations on a future European Union-United Kingdom trade deal, for example. In late April or early May, negotiations will begin. Sometime in autumn of 2017, the UK government is expected to introduce legislation to leave the European Union and put all existing European Union laws into British law, to be known as the Great Repeal Bill. In October of 2018, negotiations will conclude. The Article 50 negotiations could be extended, but this is subject to the approval of all other 27 EU member states. Between October 2018 and March 2019, the Houses of Parliament, European Council, and European Parliament will vote on any deal. And finally, on March of 2019, the
Not
UK
tonight,
will
Pam.
formally withdraw from the European Union. Now, you may have heard something of that timeline that sounds like complete and utter shit. That being the Great Repeal Bill, which will put all existing
Graham, thank
European
you.
Union laws into British law. And it sounds like shit, because it is. However, the intention of this seems to be for that of a smooth transition. The market is kind of a big
We can only
factor
hope,
in all
Helen.
of this.
We can only
And what do
hope.
you think would cause a greater drop in market confidence? Immediately dropping
Cheers, Paul.
all
Thank you.
European Union laws and just winging it for a few years? Or keeping them temporarily and going over them to decide
He
what to
did,
keep
Liz.
and
Yes,
what to drop?
he did.
If immediate change before March of 2019 is kept to a minimum, then the market should remain fairly stable. From there, they can pick and choose which laws are good for the UK and which laws are bad for it, which would, in all likelihood, lead to market growth. Just remember to be ever vigilant for globalist shenanigans. Also, I just want to say, for as much as I may disagree with the various policies of the Tories and Prime Minister May, good for her for sticking to her guns on this issue and delivering on Brexit in the manner that she promised she would. Make sure to keep an eye out on the 29th for my next video on this issue. It'll be a far more entertaining video than this one, I guarantee it. Let's just
Thank you,
say
Flo.
that Article 50 of the Treaty on European Union isn't the only thing that's getting triggered on that day.
For those of you just joining, in the background there is the scene of the latest jihad attack in Britain. We have, and right now, I know it's probably not the right time or place, people are probably lying there dying. Yeah? We've had 12 jihad attacks, 12 terrorist attacks stopped last year. When will the general public wake up to understand we're at fucking war? The enemy are in our country and you're inviting more of them. You want more of them. You want them to have more power. You want to stop people with ability to criticise and speak up against them. When are you going to realise that? When will the politicians realise that?
I am, Pam.
This is just what people have been waiting for. Look in the background. It's only a matter of time. There were 4 terrorist attacks last year, or planned last week in Paris, in France. Just 4 last week. 4 last week. You don't even hear about it anymore. At no point should any of us, in any of our Western countries, and anywhere in Europe, be putting up with this backward jihad by barbarians that have been imported by our politicians. Imported and protected. And again, for Sky News, we're reporting an Asian. He wasn't fucking Asian, he's a Muslim on a jihad. I don't know the facts. Obviously, it takes a while for all the facts to come out in an instant like this, but what we know is a 4x4 was driving along the bridge, mowing down people. I've heard there's a possibility 3 are dead, up to 12 are injured. He then ploughed into the houses of Parliament. Ploughed into the Houses of Parliament, and I believe he was shot. He got out with a machete or a knife, and this is it, guaranteed already. Yeah, the facts will come out, but the facts will be that this man was known to our intelligence services. The facts will be that the warnings have been there on this individual. Now, when we're at war, you need to in turn the people who are at war with us, who you know are at war with us, rather than waiting them to commit acts of terrorism like this, waiting them for going to murder innocent British people in the streets of our capital city like this. fuck, man. And you'll have all the and all we'll have people saying is at the minute, oh, it's nothing to do with Islam. This is everything to do with Islam. Everything to do with Islam. And any journalist who doesn't like what I'm saying, but I can tell by their eyes going up, well, we don't need to know anything. We know it's an act of jihad, don't we? We know it's a Muslim on a terror spree. We know he's been commanded by his prophet to kill non-Muslims. That's what's happened in London. That's what's happened. There's no need to be politically correct. We all know what's happened. We all know what's happened. And the people responsible for this, he's responsible, of course, but the people who are standing by them, who are protecting them, who are calling for more of them. There's a worldwide war going on. There's a jihad against us as non-Muslims. And they're here living with us. They're here. Fuck political correctness. This is Islam. Islam 2017 on the streets of London.
Well, it's fairly busy, and I was
Cheers,
just walking
Kaz.
across the bridge when
Racist.
suddenly a bus stopped
It's
right
an
in front of me and
ideology.
everybody started
Amazing.
screaming.
Get some education.
And I saw a trainer in the road, and first of all, I
A trainer as in a shoe?
A shoe, yeah. And I thought somebody must have been hit by a car. And then I saw a body on the other side of the road, and then there was another body further up. And then when I looked over the side of the bridge, there was another body lying in the water.
Now, any indication as to what had caused
Exactly,
those people
Tony.
to be
We were
injured?
talking about that at the
Have
moment.
you seen a car come through or anything
No,
like that?
I didn't see anything. The first thing I was aware of was just people starting to scream, and people came off the bus looking very shocked. And then there was a lot of confusion, and people started dealing with the casualties. And at that point, I just tried to stop people coming onto the bridge because still a lot of people were coming on.
How did you do that? How did you try and stop people from coming on the bridge?
Just trying to wave them back, and you know, and I think people could tell because people were screaming that something bad was happening.
Forgive me, just to go back, did you say a body in the water? Did you
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
so a body, someone had fallen off the bridge.
Who knows? But it seemed that way. Yeah, and they were lying face down in the water.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
After that, there was a kind of a pause, and it seemed very confused for quite a long time. And then a medic arrived on a bike, and then ambulances arrived fairly quickly after that, and then the police started pouring onto the bridge. And at that point, we walked people off the bridge, and they put a tape around it. And
Did you hear noises that sounded like gunshots?
I didn't know. I heard afterwards. I've heard people say that. I didn't hear that. I just heard the screaming.
Yeah, I live in the student accommodation about 100 metres away from the south side of Westminster Bridge. I walked out to go to the university, and I think someone my age came up to me and said there's been a terrorist attack on the bridge. And so I ran over, I walked up to the bridge, so I wanted to know what had happened, and unfortunately the scenes were pretty terrible.
Can you, within the bounds of decency, tell us what you did see?
I saw 3 to 4 people, roughly, who had been hit by a car and some car parks on the road. So,
you're pretty sure they'd been hit by a car?
Yes, yeah, that was the conclusion that I made, based on what I'd spoken to people there as well. People were talking.
It was the noise I heard first of all. It appeared to be like gunshot wounds. I'm not saying that they were. And then I just saw a car go out of control and just go into pedestrians on the bridge. And then obviously the bus was still moving. So as we were going across the bridge, then we saw people lying on the floor that are obviously injured. I saw about 10 people maybe, and then the fire service, the emergency services started to arrive then. So it was just, everyone was just running everywhere, it was just too yeah.
Earlier reports suggesting 2 men, including a policeman, have been shot there. Witnesses report seeing a man with a knife within the grounds of the Palace of Westminster, where Parliament's located. Issa Ali is on the ground there as well. Issa, I hope you can hear me. It's Kevin Owen talking to you here in Moscow. Yeah, hi. We saw you in the background just now. I gather you were out filming anyway. You were caught up in all of this. What's happening there?
Well, as you can hear, there's plenty of security forces, plenty of police rushing to the scene. So the Houses of Parliament, which are just behind us down the road, are actually about a 2-3 minute walk from our RT UK offices. And Afshin Ratadzi from Going Underground and his team were filming on College Green, which is located just next to the Houses of Parliament. And when they were rushed out of the way and told to move because of this security incident. And we're receiving reports that 2 men or possibly more were in a vehicle, and they mounted the pavement in that vehicle and ran over a number of pedestrians. We're hearing 5 pedestrians were run over, and then the men jumped out of the car and the police then shot them. 2 of them were shot. And as I mentioned there, Afshin was filming with Going Underground when all of them were immediately evacuated, and he's joining me now. Afshin,
yeah, guys, just 1 second. Reuters, if you can hear me, just to update our view.
1 second, sorry, Kevin.
It's very hard to hear, I know where you are. I just want to update our viewers on what we know. The Reuters news agency showing photographs showing 2 people lying on Westminster Bridge, bleeding heavily. Now, what I'm trying to get a handle on at the moment, guys, I don't know if you're any better placed to tell me or not. Did this occur on Westminster Bridge when the terrorists well, the alleged terrorists were apprehended, or might these be members of the public on the bridge there? Is that where the epicenter of the injuries are, if you like?
Well, it's very possible. The images that we saw as we were rushing out of the office to come down here again showed actually lots of police and perhaps injuries just outside the main entrance where the politicians enter the Houses of Parliament, and that's on Parliament Square. So it's very possible that if those other reports of a vehicle running pedestrians over is true, then they possibly came from Westminster Bridge. They might have hit those civilians when they were there, and then they made their way round the corner where they tried to attack the actual Houses of Parliament themselves. But again, as you said, that's very unclear here because the police keep, as you can see, very heavy police presence. They keep pushing us further and further away from the scene, and so it's very difficult to ascertain exactly what's going on because the Westminster Bridge is on the other side of the of where we are standing actually now. But if I just go back to Afshin for a moment, Afshin, just what exactly?
I think what's interesting is we're used to scares all the time, so I think a lot of people around Westminster always think it is a scare. But the screaming of the police officers outside Parliament, I've never heard anything like it. People were terrified, and it looked like the police were terrified. I don't know whether that raises questions yet about the police performance today, because of course they have a new head of the Metropolitan Police, the largest police force here in Britain, Cressida Dick, who has controversial background. There's shooting incidents under her watch when she was commanding, of course, an incident which involved the death of a Brazilian engineer. And this is certainly the first test in central London of the Metropolitan Police of a violent incident.
Did you hear any of the actual gunshots that were fired?
I certainly didn't. I heard the shouting of police officers and people running for dear life, it appeared, past the Palace of Westminster and past the House of Lords Tower.
Afshin, thank you. Kevin, you mentioned Westminster Bridge there. I don't know if our cameraman can zoom into that, but over there is Westminster Bridge now. And as you can see, obviously, traffic at a complete standstill, those buses, but also loads of ambulances placed on that bridge. So, you know, it's perfectly possible that there are people who are down and injured there. But again, it's unclear whether those are civilians, citizens, or whether they're actually some of the perpetrators who were, you know, shot by the police. But we'll definitely try to find out more and then keep you updated there in the main studio.
Since 2:40 this afternoon, the MPS has responded to an incident in the area of Parliament Square, and the Senior National Coordinator has declared this a terrorist incident. And although we remain open-minded to the motive, a full counter-terrorism investigation is already underway. This is led by the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. At this stage, I will confirm what we know has happened, but I will not speculate. We received a number of different reports, which included a person in the river, a car in collision with pedestrians, and a man armed with a knife. Officers were already in that location as part of routine policing, but immediately additional officers were sent to the scene, and that included firearms officers. We are working closely with the London Ambulance Service and the London Fire Brigade. I'd like to repeat our request for the public to avoid the following areas: Parliament Square, Whitehall, Westminster Bridge, Lambeth Bridge, Victoria Street up to the junction with Broadway, and the Victoria Embankment up to Embankment Tube Station. This is to allow emergency services to deal with this ongoing incident. There is an ongoing investigation being led by the Counter-Terrorism Command, and we would ask anybody who has images or film of the incident to pass those to the police. We know there are a number of casualties including police officers. But at this stage, we cannot confirm numbers or the nature of these injuries. Our response will be ongoing for some time, and it is important that we gather all possible information and evidence. Public safety is our top priority, and we are reviewing our policing stance across London and throughout the capital this afternoon. There will be additional officers on duty and deployed across the capital. I would like to ask the public to remain vigilant and let us know if they see anything suspicious that causes them concern, and if they do, to dial 999 immediately. The Acting Commissioner, Craig Mackey, is being treated as a significant witness, as he was at the scene when the incident started. Whilst he is not injured, it would be inappropriate for him to be here to talk about the incident at this stage. Our thoughts and his thoughts are with all of those involved and responding to that incident this evening. I would stress that if anyone has information about today's incident, they are urged to call 0800 789 321. And I would stress, if the public has any information or see anything suspicious, to dial 999 immediately.
At this stage, does the incident seem to be over?
And I'm not going to speculate. You'll see the response that we've got here, officers responding. I want to stress that it's our priority to keep London safe. People going home this evening will see additional officers deployed, both armed and unarmed, across London in order to achieve that aim.
Gunshots fired, gunshots fired.
And I've told you what information I have, and we will continue to keep you updated as we find things out. I'm not prepared to speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to thank you very much for your time here this evening. I would absolutely stress to the public, our number one priority working with our partners is to keep London safe. If people have information, please dial the
No,
number
Heather, no, it's not a new attack, darling. This is the news from this week.
But most
Sorry.
importantly, if people see anything suspicious, dial 999 if they think it's an emergency. Thank you very much.
Police probing the deadly terror attack in Westminster have made several arrests and searched addresses, including in Birmingham overnight. An upstairs flat in the central English city was raided by armed officers. Scotland Yard, which now says 4 people died, including the attacker, gave an update this morning.
Hundreds of detectives have been working through the night, and during that time I can confirm that we have searched 6 addresses and made 7 arrests. The inquiries in Birmingham, London and other parts of the country are continuing. It is still our belief, which continues to be borne out by our investigation, that this attacker acted alone and was inspired by international terrorism. To be explicit, at this stage we have no specific information about further threats to the public.
The attacker sped across Westminster Bridge in a car, ramming pedestrians along the way. Among the dead, Aisha Fraid, a teacher in her 40s, thought to have been picking up her children from school. A man in his 50s also died. Detectives haven't named the attacker, who was shot dead after fatally stabbing PC Keith Palmer. 7 people remain critically injured. Security at Britain's Parliament, placed on lockdown yesterday, will now be reviewed.
Command investigation, Operation Pacific, continues, involving hundreds of officers from across the National Counter-Terrorism Network. This is a very large, fast-paced investigation, and I want to give you as much information as possible, and I do want to make a critical appeal to the public. Yesterday we named the dead terrorist as Khalid Masood. We stated he had a number of aliases, and we do know his birth name was Adrian Russell. At this point, I would like to appeal specifically to the public. We remain keen to hear from anyone who Khalid Masood,
another Russell.
Anyone who knew Khalid Masood well. Anybody who understands who his associates were, anyone who can provide information about the places he's recently visited. There might well be people out there who did have concerns about Masood, but weren't sure or didn't feel comfortable for whatever reasons in passing that information to us. I now urge anyone with such information to call us. Please contact us on the anti-terrorism hotline 0800 789 321.
You know, even as I'm standing here, I don't want to even start talking. I don't even want to do this show. I don't want to talk about these things anymore. Feels like I'm doing the same goddamn show over and over again.
Stefan Molyneux, fantastic.
To the
Follow him
same
on YouTube. Brilliant.
And listening world. It's like a Groundhog Day with landmines. You know, I'm not great at math. Never have been. And if I went to go and join some graduate program in mathematics in some university, I would fail. Now, if I was told, and I genuinely believed, that the only reason I was failing was not because of any lack of ability or skill or history or understanding of the topic, but because the people in charge of the university just hated me for a completely irrational reason. They didn't like bald guys or whatever. That I would go slowly mad, thinking I could do it, but being forever told that it wasn't my fault I couldn't do it. And the only reason I was being given bad marks, though I was as competent as everyone else in that graduate school program, is because of prejudice against me. It would be a recipe for escalation. Do you understand? Western civilization, separation of church and state, equality before the law, private property, rational skepticism, science, philosophy, the Socratic method. This is like 99th level. I'm not great at math, and there aren't a lot of people outside the West who are good at Western civilization. It doesn't just happen magically. You set foot in the West and boom, all of the selecting and cultural kneading in of reason and evidence and skepticism and tolerance, and it doesn't just happen. If I get drafted by some NBA team, some basketball team, I don't suddenly get taller or faster. All that happens is my deficiencies show up because I'm playing out of my league. And there are some people who come to the West and get it and work at it and understand it. And there are some who don't. And no one knows ahead of time how to tell which from which. On March the 22nd, 2016, as I'm sure you remember, a coordinated series of terrorist attacks at the Brussels airport and a nearby metro station slaughtered 32 people and left more than 100 injured. The Islamic State claimed responsibility for the attacks. Today, March the 22nd, 2017, at about 2:40 p.m. in the afternoon, a suspect driving a Hyundai i40 crossed Westminster Bridge in London, England, ploughed into and through a crowd of pedestrians near the Houses of Parliament. He was described as middle-aged and Asian. Now, for North Americans and other places around the world, Asian means, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, and so on. In England, for reasons of political correctness, it now sort of describes people from Pakistan and other areas. And it's so they don't have to say Middle Eastern or Arab or Muslim should that turn out to be the case. So, middle-aged and Asian attacker. He then entered the grounds of Parliament, where the suspect fatally stabbed a police officer before being shot himself multiple times by armed guards. The attacker was taken from the scene to a local hospital, but was later pronounced dead. The death count, as of this recording, reports indicate that 4 people are dead, and at least 20 have been injured. So, the dead, there's a police officer, the terrorist himself.
Indeed.
And among those injured are 3 French school children from Lycée Saint-Joseph in Concarneau who were visiting England on an educational trip. And there was a woman who jumped into the River Thames to avoid being struck by the car. French children. Are you listening? France. French children. Now, the use of a vehicle as a weapon, it's consistent with instructions recently promoted by the Islamic State. As I'm sure you recall, August 2016, 86 souls were murdered when a truck plowed through a crowd in Nice, France on Bastille Day. In December 2016, 12 were killed when a truck plowed through a Christmas market in Berlin, Germany. Now, there have been, I guess you could say, an unfortunate series of statements from the Turkish head of a Turkish president, Erdogan, right before this attack in England happened. And Prime Minister Theresa May was in the Houses of Parliament and was only dozens of yards away from the attacker at his closest, and he may have in fact been motivated to attack Parliament because he knew she was there. So right before this happened, Turkish President Erdogan said, "If you continue to behave like this, not a single European, not a single Westerner will be able to take a step on the road safely anywhere in the world. We as Turkey are calling on Europe to respect human rights and democracy." You see, not good at Western civilization. Not good. Need to level up there just a little bit. This is, of course, the same President Erdogan that Jordan's King Abdullah said in 2016 that Turkey is deliberately unleashing ISIS terrorists into Europe. And that's not good. Right? He had a meeting with members of the US Congress. He said that Islamist militants were being, quote, manufactured in Turkey and, quote, unleashed, end quote, into Europe. This is a NATO member. See, remember, we're supposed to hold Turkey as an ally, but Russia is somehow an enemy.
George Russell.
Because
good last name.
Reasons, madness, insanity, a complete failure to understand what the word ally actually means.
Hold. Stay strong.
London Mayor Sadiq Khan on the New York terrorist attacks in September 2016, he said, quote, "It's part and parcel of living in a great global city, is you need to be prepared for these things. You've got to be vigilant. You've got to support the police. They do an incredibly hard job. You've got to support the security services. And I think speculating when you don't know the facts is unwise." And I just wanted to, for those who may have forgotten, this is the very self-same mayor, Sadiq Khan, who called moderate Muslims Uncle Toms. Why is it an inevitable part of living in a big city that you have to deal with terrorism from people from the third world? Why is that inevitable? Why is that just like gravity or the seasons changing or aging? Why? Why? Specific political choices. Immigration, the welfare state, the promotion of the cult of multiculturalism. These are specific policy choices. That which is made can be unmade. You can change your mind, change your course, change your decisions, change your leaders, change your course.
Change your leaders.
Save yourself. Or you can just think that everything's inevitable, roll over, lose your spine, become like a leaf in the wind of other people's preferences, and be blown from the stage of history. Why are these things inevitable? Just off the top of my head, I can think of at least a dozen large cities without these kinds of constant third world terrorist attacks. Why is it inevitable? Let me put it another way.
Yes, I am, Stuart.
Who does it benefit if you think it's somehow inevitable and you normalize it? Who might that benefit? Well, certainly not you, or the French school children, or the people who were slaughtered today, or the people who were wounded today. Now, a funny thing happened this afternoon. It's a strange thing. There was a Muslim preacher who was implicated. Like people openly said, the television stations openly said, this is the guy. This is the guy. It's him for sure. And then his lawyer phoned into people and said, no, the guy's in jail. Couldn't have been him.
How many people jumped
His name
on
was
that?
withdrawn. Now, I imagine there may be a few lawsuits coming. Imagine if some government-funded news outlet said it was this guy who's in jail. And then they get sued. And then the British taxpayers are forced to pay money to this guy so he can continue his preaching. What a strange world we have made, my friends. What a strange, strange world. And the more that we process how strange it has all become, the more we can begin to drag things back to sanity.
Let's use our head, Shirley.
Should we still possess our ancient spines? Now, the police have not released the name of the suspect. I mean, you can see pictures of him. It looks like an Arabic, Middle Eastern, whatever. We'll see. It's just my perception. You can look at the pictures and judge for yourself. But the police are not releasing
his
actual name and his identity at the moment. Which, maybe I'm crazy, leads me to believe that maybe, just maybe, it's even worse somehow. We could all speculate. We'll find out soon enough. But I just wanted to point out, it could be even worse than this preacher who's in jail. You know, it's not that complicated to figure out what's going on. It's not that complicated to figure out the source.
Asian.
And it's not that complicated to figure out the solutions. All we need to do is have courage and speak the truth. But there is one thing, and I don't want to blame the victims here, but there is one thing that I really want to get across to you today, tonight. And that is this. The West. There's a Western civilization that faces inwards, which has some level of sanity, universality, virtue, protection of the rights of women.
You need to call in, Stuart,
and
if that's the
opposition
case.
to harming children for superstitious reasons or for reasons of rage. It has some virtues that face inwards. A tolerance, openness. And these things have admirable aspects to them. They can be great weaknesses, but there are admirable aspects to the inward-facing view. The view that you, as a Westerner, have of your society. But in the West, we have allowed ourselves to be bedazzled, hypnotized, seduced by the view of the West that we see from the inside. From the outside, the West looks very, very, very different. Constant interference in the internal affairs of other countries, massive selling of arms to dictatorships and theocracies around the world, bombings, extraordinary renditions, torture. The view from outside your tax farm is very different from the view inside your tax farm. Now, everyone knows that this is going. Everyone knows how much Western governments have worked and bombed and broken and smashed the Middle East. Entire countries have been dismantled under Western powers. This is going back decades and generations.
True.
Now, a lot of these horrifying dismantlings of countries such as Syria and Libya and Iraq, to some degree Afghanistan, brutal, unbelievably horrifying destructions of citizenry which had no beef and no attacks upon the West. This is the view from outside. The view from inside is a relatively peaceful cathedral of plenty and debt and shiny toys, but from the outside, it is a giant acidic catapult that launches weapons that dismantle countries and destroy hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives. And we can't reconcile the view from the inside with what is happening on the outside. Inside all is peace and distraction and self-deceit. Outside is war and hell, radioactivity, and country disassembling weaponry being sold around the world in our name. In our name. Because from the outside, they say, well, this is what we see. The people inside are supposed to have a free press. They have the internet. They can see what we see. They can see the bodies. They can see the smoking craters. They can see the ruins. They can see the destruction. And they vote for these self-same people. When you live in a democracy,
Grace,
you are perceived as an individual to be responsible for what is happening to your country and what is happening, what your country is doing overseas. You are not separate from your government in the view from outside. Now, as an individual within, you say, well, what can I do, and blah, blah, blah. But from the outside, given that, if it's a dictatorship, we have some rational sympathy. We don't imagine that everyone in North Korea loves the government and approves of everything it does. But when you vote, when you have freedom of the press, when you have the internet, then you are held to account for what your government does. Rightly or wrongly, justly or unjustly, that is the perception. Which is why, in many circles, you are considered to be guilty of what your government does overseas. Are you? Depends. Do you learn? Do you speak out about what the government does in your name? Do you speak out against it? Do you understand that your government is involving you in a kind of conflict that keeps escalating in your name? Because if we accepted the evils that governments do overseas, then if we understood that there is a kind of conflict which could be characterized as a war, then we would first tell them to stop, and then tell them to stop bringing the victims of war to our countries.
It's all a plan.
For the simple reason that you can't bomb everyone and then bring everyone. You can't destroy people's countries and then bring them into your country. I mean, you can.
Great words.
Governments can do what they want. They pretty much have all the guns. But if you do that, if you bomb everyone and then bring everyone, if you invade everyone and then invite everyone,
Kalergi plan, yes.
And then you claim that this kind of multiculturalism and diversity is a strength, then the enemy is not the terrorist. The enemy is your own capacity for suicidal self-delusion.
We now live in a state of constant fear, imported and domestic fear. Have you ever wondered how our so-called elites can know all the symptoms but flatly refuse to act to stop it? They talk in detail about the work our security services undertake on a daily basis, almost as if we the people should be grateful and thankful that we are watched over and protected ever so vigilantly. Do you feel safe? Are you thankful? These people are always known as security services, but still manage to cause bloodshed and mayhem. Even in Europe, they are watched before an atrocity occurs. So please tell me what good it does to know that they exist and that they are being watched. The government repeatedly say that the attack is condemned and that it will not divide us. The only people to blame for the division are the government and their inability to tackle the problem of Mohammedism. It is not an attack on democracy. It is an attack on innocent people by a backward, cowardly ideology of hate and intolerance. Would we, in fact, need this level of protection if the problems that exist were dealt with? You see, the threat we face is very real. It's not a figment of a dystopian imagination or the rantings of the perceived far right. This has happened many times, and it will not stop until the cancer of Mohammedism is cut out of all Western countries. They are not a minority of extremists, as the government would have you believe, and each one works within a network of radicals, whether that be through the trilogy, local populace, the local mosques, the prisons, or online. These Mohammedan terrorists mean us harm and have a callous disregard for human life. We value life, they value death, and the indoctrination is the trilogy they follow. Orthodox Islamic terrorist groups such as IS base their fundamental beliefs on the Quran, the Hadith and the Surah. So do Boko Haram and Al-Qaeda, etc. But again, the quislings in the Houses of Parliament will tell you it is nothing to do with Islam, when in fact it has everything to do with Islam. But hey, let's tackle the far right ideals, because of course it's known that the so-called far right bomb, stab, murder, rape, behead and radicalise others, right? A different idea to the extreme left is called out as Nazi, racist, bigoted and fascist. And we are all tarred with the same brush and packaged neatly into a little extremist box. And that fits the narrative to silence us perfectly. Now use the same treatment towards radicals and Islamists. And you will be told they are not all the same. You cannot smear the whole of Islam over the actions of a minority. Don't tar them all with the same brush. Surely what's good for the goose is also good for the gander. At any one time, 3,000 radical extremists are under surveillance right now in the UK. Is this acceptable, knowing that anyone could strike at any time? The policing over these numbers is just incredible, and also at a great cost to the taxpaying public. And even with these rabid dogs being under constant surveillance, they commit atrocities all across the West. Every time, as Sadiq Khan puts it, an incident occurs, notice please the no mention of terrorist, they are 99% of the time known to the security services and were being watched. Wouldn't it be easier to just ship them out to a country that supports their ideology? British born or not, if you mean a person of this land harm or have radical views, you are a risk and must be deported. It is as simple as that. Put it this way, over a few attacks years ago from pit bulls against other dogs or against people, the breed was banned from this country. The actions of a few animals demonised the rest. Some deaths have been caused in this country through people using their mobile devices whilst driving. And by the way, I don't condone these actions, but what I am doing is merely pointing out what the ruling elite will do when these problems arise. But again, the problem existed, and to stop the accidents from happening, everyone is banned from using a mobile device. Would it not make sense to eliminate Islamic extremism from the countries that suffer because of radical indoctrination? More people will lose their lives. More people will be injured. So again, I will ask you, do you feel safe? Do you feel protected? Sadiq Khan once said, and I quote, "Moderate Muslims are Uncle Toms." Does that not then make himself a radical, or was he calling himself an Uncle Tom? This is the mayor of our capital city. What sort of a message does that send to others? And just to finish, the news are telling these terrorists the best way to carry out the attacks, the numbers of police, and the areas in which the most damage can be done. Absolutely unbelievable. Our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone affected by this cowardly act. Rabies was once eradicated from this country because of the threat it posed. Is it not time to eradicate Mohammedism completely?
And I'm going to stop that right there. And I'll tell you for why, because, you know, we tend to view the news and see the news on a daily basis, so the next day the news is gone. The news is second rate. It's tomorrow's chip paper, and I'm fed up with it. People forget where we've come from, what we've done as a country, the atrocities that have been caused in our country throughout the years, be it the IRA. Did the IRA ever get classed as radical? They didn't, did they? But we constantly are being told by these people that it's the minority. There's only a few. Well, I'm just going to put something out to you, and I do apologise first of all. There are things that are said on this radio station because I believe they should be said. If we can't enter into some sort of dialogue, if we can't have a discussion through people shut you down with these words called racist, where can we possibly go? How can we go forward from this? We can't. We need to talk about the problems in this country. Okay? So I will offend many, probably, but please just stick with it, okay? We need to talk. We need to open up a dialogue. We need, actually, to find the problem and eradicate the problem. I am a problem solver, okay? I am what you would call probably an all-round general builder, very good at what I do, but I come across problems every day. I must then solve those problems. Now, I'm going to say a few things at the moment, and I'm just going to point you to something that's just been said in the chat room on Motivate Radio. Off a Twitter account from Luton J that's looking right now. He's in the chat room. Breaking news: many people wounded in shooting in Lille, France, at a metro station. Sorry, that just where's it gone? I do apologise. Huge police activity. You see, this is not literally something we've only just seen. And the more we see, the more we normalise, the more we accept, the more we see that as just being something else. I'll give an example. Years ago, people were stabbed in the street and you went, oh my God, somebody was stabbed. What's happened now? I'll tell you what's happened now. There are over 100 stabbings a day in the Greater London area. It doesn't get reported on. And when it does get reported on because it's fatal, we go, just another stabbing. Cancer. And I do apologise for this, for anyone that knows anybody suffering with cancer. Cancer years ago was relatively unheard of. And when somebody knew someone that had cancer, it was a massive shock to everybody that somebody had cancer. Nowadays, everybody has cancer and we say, someone else has got cancer. This is being normalised, ladies and gentlemen, okay? It is being normalised by these people, the media, and us accepting the inevitable, okay? Now, I'm just going to point you to something here before I call Graham. Excuse me. And that is this. Back in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, when people came to our country, they came to our country for a better life. Okay, they could have come from Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Raqqa, you know, they could have come from anywhere in the Middle East. They came here to get away from the barbarity of Islam. They came here. And although we would like those to integrate, we would want to integrate with them, our governments have seen fit to actually put them all in the same place because they now feel more at home than they would have done integrating with us. Okay, so what you're in actual fact doing, actually, is you're creating secular ghettos. Now there are people leaving the Middle East to come to European countries that wish to get away from the barbarity of this ideology, and we are now putting them with people that like that ideology because we believe they must be together. Assimilation and integration don't really work anymore, and that's where we sit. So in the 50s, 60s, 70s, when these people came over, no problems. We can go back to Libya. Look at the pictures on Google of Libya from the 70s and 80s where they're walking around in bikinis. What happened? Why did they stop wearing bikinis? They stopped wearing bikinis because of Islam. Okay. Now, I did say this is going to upset some people. I hope that you're going to share this. Keep giving the likes and the loves because I'm going to say something that needs to be said. Okay. Now, we have seen a massive change across the Middle East, and yes, it is to do with our foreign policy, not my foreign policy, but certainly the government's foreign policy on getting involved in somebody else's country where you really don't need to be involved in. And I'm going to say that, I'm going to put it out there, we do not need to be in the countries that we're in at the moment. If they want to maim, kill, burn, rape, behead each other, then let them get on with it. This has stemmed from 9/11 and a retaliatory attack that I don't really want to be a part of. The government don't speak for me. Okay, now we do know as well that some of the armoury that we've got at the moment, you can drop it on a 10 pence piece. There are not innocent civilians and women and children being killed in these countries. It's It's not happening. But the rhetoric that comes out of these countries, and we've all seen the fake news, we've seen it ourselves. Okay? These people are not being slaughtered in their thousands by our military forces. But the rhetoric that comes out of these countries is that we're killing women and children, we're raping their women and children. They're feeding this monster that is Islam in our country now to the youngsters that believe, even though they were born in Britain, that they need to do something to stand up for their brothers and sisters, because the news they're getting out of the Middle East is that we're just slaughtering everybody. And this is where the problem arises. Okay? And we have got a certain set of people that came to our country, be it black, Pakistani, Muslim, Christian, doesn't matter, that wanted to integrate into this country and actually make this country better. We, with open arms, invited them in, and they did the jobs that apparently we didn't want to do. It's been absolutely fantastic, okay? Until Blair and Mandelson and the rest of them opened the doors. And what you've in fact done is to have a westernised idea of Islam, which is what we have in this country, or did have a decade and a half ago. We had an idea of Islam and an idea of being Muslim, okay? And that was fine. That was fine. What we're doing now, and what Europe are doing now, is bolstering up the idea of the Eastern idea of what Islam is. So these people have come to other countries, they want to get away from it. They live in these countries, lovely. They created secular ghettos, they want to get away from the barbarity that is Islam, and that's absolutely fine. And then what they've done is open the floodgates to these people with the Eastern idea of Islam, an Eastern idea of it. And then they come in and they put those in those secular ghettos, those secular societies. And the people that don't want to be Muslim are having to be practicing Muslims, because to go against them, you will be an apostate. And the punishment is death. I can't. You read it's not even just about the Quran, it's about the trilogy. It's about the Quran, the Hadith and the Surah. All right, this is what goes on, and all the while you import these people through into Europe, they will bring that Middle Eastern idea. And we've seen Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Raqqa, Afghanistan, Libya. We've seen the idea of what Islam is. That is, they are orthodox Muslims. They are orthodox Islamists, and we're letting them stream into our countries to teach these people that have been westernised, because they can't stand that. The Muslims can't stand the fact that there's a westernised idea of Islam. And they're being flooded. They're flooding these countries. They're flooding the West at the moment. And these will now bolster up the ideals, coming fresh from a country with the Eastern ideals, to tell the Westerners that you're doing it all wrong. And this is what you need to be doing. Look at the books. Look at the trilogy. Look at the Quran. Look at the Hadiths. Look at the Surah. Now, we're talking about somebody here that they actually caused mayhem. One person in London shut it down. One person. All right. Now I've got another video that I've recorded on the green screen. I've not done it yet. I took some footage today from the Houses of Parliament, and I'm going to put myself in front of the Houses of Parliament when I put this video out, because it's very important. And it was by Brummy Paul. He sent me that, and I'm going to read that out. And it is that if one person can cause that many deaths, and there are 3,000 people running around this country with those ideals, that ideology stuck in their head, they're living by the trilogy of the books, then that means that there's another at least 8,997 people waiting to die in this country. Now I know it sounds wrong, okay? I know it sounds wrong. I know that people, I'm not even looking at the chat at the moment because you can all take care of the business in there. I know that there are people saying, well, you're a racist. Well, I'm sorry. And the old argument is that I can't be a racist against an ideology, against people. You can be black, white, you could be Chinese, you could be absolutely any race, colour, creed you wanted to be and join Islam. That is not a race. And it is not racist to talk about these subjects. We lost lives and people were maimed and injured. Their lives will never ever be the same again. Their families' lives will never ever be the same again. And what we're dealing with now is the fact that we saw a video of Theresa May being rushed out of Parliament because she's much more important than us. We live in this every day. We live in societies every day where there are no-go zones. They do tell you not to walk your dogs. There are Sharia patrols, and there have been Sharia patrols. You know, we are walking in blindfolded into an oblivion because we are allowing this to carry on. And then we can go a step further, and the step further will be this: that there are now 12 Muslim mayors in our country, one of which runs our capital city, one of which actually turned around and called moderate Muslims an Uncle Tom. He shared a stage with extremists, and he's the mayor of our capital city. What sort of a message does that send out to people? What do we do next? And then we get Theresa May on the TV. It had nothing to do with Islam. Well, I think you'll find it has got absolutely everything to do with Islam. He read the trilogy. At 52 years old, he was indoctrinated. What hope have the youngsters got when our foreign policy might be something, and the news, the fake news, and the propaganda coming out of the Middle East will tell these people they need to be radicalised to look after their brothers and sisters, even though they were born in our country. You see, the problems that exist are greater than we first perceive. We must look at the mosques. We don't regulate the mosques. There's been plenty of undercover programmes, dispatches, the BBC, etc., etc., that have actually been in there. And the women, I would say, in this country are actually worse than the men. And they will indoctrinate. We have imams preaching their hatred for the kuffar, the infidel, the unbeliever, to mosques in our country via the internet. We have prisons that statistically, over how many Muslims there are in this country, which 4 or 5%, 6% tops, 85% are in prison on that small number. And why are they in prison? Because they commit crimes, because they groom, they rape. Look at Rotherham. It's not 1,400 children anymore. And I'm fed up with people keep saying the 1,400 in Rotherham. It's over 2,000 now, children. And up to 1 million. Alexis J did a report and said it's up to 1 million children in this country have been at the hands of these grooming and rape gangs. And we just carry on, because that's the English way. Stiff upper lip. Carry on, carry on. Don't worry, old chap. Everything's going to be just fine. And while these traitors, these quislings in Parliament don't stop this. I saw Nigel Farage earlier talking about something. We can't have an open border policy without terrorism. Well, I'm sorry, but this guy lived here all his life, 52 years, and he actually, at some point, because his life became so bad, wanted to be a martyr. And he actually drove on the pavement on Westminster Bridge. You know, it's not about bombs anymore. It's not about guns. It's not about swords. It's about using whatever you have to be a weapon. And the car, you know, I mean, I really can't get my head around why this is happening. And to have these people running around our country under these so-called watch lists from our security services, for want of a better word, people, is absolutely pissing me right off. These people with that ideology that need to maim and kill, or might have the ideas to maim and kill somebody in this country, shouldn't be here. Am I wrong? We'll go back to the story about the pit bulls. A few pit bulls years ago, we're talking back in the 90s, pit bulls. They attacked children in the hands of the wrong owners. Muslims reading the book, maiming people, killing people. And the whole breed was banned because the actions of a few. But it's okay now to call a minority, and they're not really extremists. Well, I'm going to give you a figure right now that proves otherwise. And then you've got to look at how many countries they reside in as to what the percentage might be in each country. There are 1.6 billion Muslims on this planet, and it's growing exponentially because Islam apparently is the fastest growing religion. 1.6 billion Muslims. Now I'm going to cut this down a little bit. 10% apparently are classed as radicals. 10%. That is, my friends, 160 million people on this planet that want nothing more than to kill you because you don't believe. You pay the jizya, you convert, or you die. It's in the books. What more needs to be said? Please. And the actual figures are 10 to 15% or 15 to 20%. So you're talking 160 to 320 million radicals. Are they radical? What is a radical and a moderate? I class myself as a Christian. I don't go to church. I live in a Christian country. I take on the beliefs. I go to court. I hold my hand on the Bible. I take myself as a moderate Christian. What makes a moderate Muslim? I'll tell you what makes a moderate Muslim. A person that has never read the Quran, the Hadith, the Surah, that were born into this being a Muslim. And they are used to the culture of that people. So the FGM, the beating of your wives, the wearing of the burqa, they don't even know why they're doing it, but they do it because culture and their history and their heritage says they have to. That's why. Nothing more, nothing less. What is the burqa? The burqa is the oppression of women. And the women that wear it say, I want to wear it. No, you don't. No, you don't. And I don't care what people are saying in the chat room at the moment. I'm not even looking on Facebook Live. I don't care. These things have to be said. So whilst we have Muslims that left these countries to get away from Islam because they knew it was barbaric. There's actually a clip I've got of Nigel Farage talking to somebody on LBC. He left the Islamic faith and tells you all about it. Inez Cyrus tells you all about why she left and what that faith is about. There is a terrorist's son, Hamas, I do believe. His dad's a leader of Hamas. He left it at great risk to himself to try and tell everybody else what this is. So please tell me now, do you feel safe? Why are the government actually flooding our lands at the moment with these people with this fresh idea of this Eastern Islamism, where they stone, they behead? Look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia head up the UN Human Rights Council. The UN Human Rights Council. And I've seen videos where they literally put a woman down on her knees and chop her head off in the street and people are taking photographs. If you believe Islam to be different in this country, then I will applaud you, because I do believe it is different as well. And it could have been kept that way if you didn't import the East with the fresh idea of what Islam is. Okay? That's where it's going wrong. We could have had the assimilation and the integration. We could have gotten fine with these people. I know Muslims. I know the Muslim round the shop in Herne Bay, where I used to live. Very nice man. You don't see him putting a mat on the floor, pointing towards Mecca when everyone's in the shop and praying. These people do this to prove a point. To prove a point that they can. Because that, my friends, is the freedom of a so-called religion. You look at the imams in the Middle East, they will tell you it is not a religion. It is a political ideology. There is no separation between church and state. And yet we tend to say it's a religion. Theresa May will come out and say it's got nothing to do with Islam. Well, it's very funny because he's read the books on Islam. He's been to the mosques. He believes in Islam in its entirety. He is an orthodox Islamist. And one man brought our capital city to a standstill. Just let that sink in for a minute. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do before I rant off too much and probably turn people away from the live feed, because I do have things to say and I think we all have something to say. I believe we all need a voice. I believe that the politicians living in gated communities, I believe the left that are still living at their mums and dad's house, driving around in BMWs in Richmond and places like that where there is no immigration, will laugh at us and call us racist because they don't suffer under it. It's not hard to work out what's going on. The government are doing this on purpose. That's what they're doing. It's either for some sort of police state. Do they want a police state? Look at the armed police around London today. Do they fear the rise of the far right? Because actually, to be labelled as far right is just for somebody to have a different ideal. I don't believe the left are doing the right thing. But Fabianism, look it up. Fabianism. Look up the Fabians. Look up the shield, like the motto, the picture of what Fabians are. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. These people have infiltrated our schools, colleges, universities, our political system. Since the 1860s, 1840s, they've infiltrated. And you wonder why these people are being taught these certain things and why the left now are so adamant that we should all just live together. Why is that? We should have a feeling of being tribal. We should have a feeling of looking after our own people. It's been removed. Not from all, and certainly not from me, but it's been removed. And this is something we've got to deal with. The government the people in Parliament and the government, you know, are not normal people. They don't see the world and perceive it as what we do. They don't have to go out to the shop because someone else does their shopping, or they ring a cardo, you know. They don't have to walk down the street to get a bus at 11 o'clock at night and get accosted by people. These people live in a bubble that certainly isn't ours. And until they know the reality, they will carry on regardless. And I actually thought the other day that, although it's very fucking sad, and my first swear word tonight, I do apologise, it's very, very sad what happened. I was in bits today watching the bagpiper outside the Royal Courts of Justice. Brought a lump to my throat and tears in my eyes. That there's still some patriotism going on. We're still trying to look after each other. And I went down to Parliament Square, Westminster. I saw the flowers laying there. You know, I've seen the people changing their statuses and changing their profile pictures to English flags. You know, all the while this is going on and we can't have a voice because we are called certain names. We can't combat this. And we need a voice. We need to be able to communicate our fears without the prejudice of the left calling us certain names. You see, it isn't as easy as we think it is. Are the government doing this for population replacement? We do know that they can have 4 wives and up to 25, 30 children. And the whites at the moment, and I'm saying whites because I've got to say it, I do apologise. It's not racist in any way to mention my own race. Our own race. We're having 1.7 children. Just over demographics alone, they do say, actually, that by 2030, 2040, we've lost it. Did you know that the Caucasians, the white race on this planet, are actually, at the moment, a minority? Why is it then that these people want to flood all the Western countries with these people, with these Eastern ideals of Islam? It doesn't make any sense to me. And I know there's we could change things. Of course we could. And we've been talking about this for a long time. And certainly the listeners that I've got in the chat room at the moment, and obviously you lot on the live feed and on YouTube, you know, if you know me and know what I talk about, no holds barred. I don't care what I talk about because these things need to be brought into the open. I don't care what people call me. You can call me what you like. I don't feel superior to anybody. That's the definition of racism. I will not deny a service to somebody else because they're a different colour, race or religion. It's not about that. I don't particularly hate Muslims. I hate the ideology. I hate the trilogy of books. I hate the Quran, the Hadith, the Surah. For actually brainwashing these people into it. The first victim of Islam are the Muslims. The second are the women. The third will be the children when they genitally mutilate them. We have a massive halal problem in our country. They have the monopoly on the meat. They have the monopoly on the certification. The certification industry is worth $5.7 trillion a year. And then we're wondering where the mosque money's coming from. Who's funding this? Who's funding that? Everything we buy is certified halal. Go and do your shopping next week. I'm going to put this right out there. Go and do your shopping next week and just fill up your trolley, as per usual. And then go out, put it in your boot of your car and have a little look and see what's got the halal sign on it. And then what you want to do, because you don't want to eat it because you're Christians and you can't eat anything offered to an idol, you take it back. You take it back to the returns. What's going to happen, do you think? They're going to put it back on the shelf? Of course not. What they're going to do in actual fact is leave it on the side and ask you why you brought it back. Well, it's halal, I don't want it. What do you mean you don't want it? What's the matter with halal? Nobody knows what halal is. Nobody knows what it means and what it entails and the certification behind it and the money laundering, I would say. The money laundering behind it. It's given us a charitable donation to certain HFA, HSA industries that literally take that money. There's no audit trail. We don't know where the money goes. How can we bring some sort of enlightenment or awareness over this? If we all did the same thing and did our week shopping and then took back our halal bacon, I'm joking, but you took something back that was halal, a frozen product won't go back on the shelf. If it's gone out of the store and come back in, they can't put it back on the shelf. Somebody somewhere is going to lose money. I'm not inciting anything here. This is an experiment, an awareness experiment. Take it back in to the returns. And sooner or later, the reports will get back and they will say, well, why didn't these people want that in all of the supermarkets across our country? If we all did the same thing every week and hit them in their pocket, they'd go, well, they don't really want halal. Why don't they want it? That's where the awareness comes in, my friends. Now, I did ask the other day on a post on Facebook, we've got something we want to do. I want 1,000 likes, so it's not worth it. We've got 400. I've just put it out there for you. Do your week shopping. Get it into your boot. Go through your shopping. Make some effort. Because we are funding this. They give out Qurans in the street. Hardback Qurans. Where do you think these are coming from? Who do you think's funding the mosques? Who do you think's funding the Islamic schools? The Trojan horse plot? We've got to wake up, ladies and gentlemen. I can only show you what I see. I'm quite a logical thinker. I'm not an idiot. I'm no good at maths, but I'm not an idiot. And I know, or I think I know what's going on. I think I know where the money's going. And still, we keep buying Kingsmill, we keep buying Cadbury, we keep buying this thing. We need to hit them in their pocket. And sooner or later, the supermarkets are going to go, well, sorry, but they're not buying that because apparently it's halal. That puts something out of business. That puts the certification out of business. That then costs them money. There are many, many ways we can combat what goes on. And it is not by attacking Muslims. Because most Muslims have never even read the Quran. They don't know what the Hadith and the Surah are. They don't know what it entails. They were just born a Muslim. And a great story that I read a while ago and saw the video to was a woman that was born in an Islamic country. And she, because these people won't allow the women to learn, in Saudi Arabia, you're not allowed to drive. Just have a think about it. Women are worth half of a man. The oppression of women. We're allowing that. And the left are standing with them and marching for women's rights, but love the burqa. Doesn't make any sense. But certainly this story, she left the country she was in and came to Europe. And she loved it. She got away from being Muslim and converted to Christianity. You know, as soon as she did that, in the area she lived, she had death threats. But she didn't know what being Islamic was about. She didn't know what Islam was about because she'd never read the books. But she perceived herself to be Muslim. How many more do that? You know, what makes a moderate Muslim? I believe myself to be a moderate Christian. I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible, but I live in a Christian country. So now you can imagine what a moderate Muslim is. These people haven't read the Quran, but they reside in a mainly Muslim country, a mainly Islamic country. And then they come to other countries to get away from it, get put into a secular ghetto where everyone else believes in that. And before you know it, these people have to start believing in the trilogy again, the Hadith, the Quran, the Hadith, and the Surah. Right, it's about time I made a call because I've been talking for long enough, and I do apologise if I'm talking out of turn or you don't like what I'm saying. But a lot of the time, you know, the truth is very unpalatable, and I do apologise for that. But things have to be said, and certainly on the Rant Show, on the Friday Night Live show, on Motivate Radio, via live Facebook and via YouTube, which is the first time actually because my fibre optic broadband went on Thursday, and I'm absolutely loving this, and I'm loving the fact that you're taking the time to listen. I don't know all the ins and outs. I'm not a scholar, but I know what I see. I know what I see at the moment isn't right. So I'm going to get hold of Graham, I think, because we need to have a little chat. So I'm going to bell him now. Let me know you can hear it, ladies and gentlemen, please, because we're running on speakers and doing all sorts of stuff here.
Mr. Bosman!
Oh, hello. I was on video as well. I'm not going on video because that will take up probably too much of your bandwidth, and before we know it, Facebook will start cutting out and so will YouTube. But great to see you, young man. Like I say, I do apologise to the people for saying things how I think they are, and it is very blunt from me. I don't mince my words, Graham, and I don't want to mince them, and I think that anybody that does are just stifling the truth. What's your take on what might be a moderate Muslim as opposed to some sort of 52-year-old teacher that just all of a sudden one day wants to run people over?
Well, first of all, the type of guy that he was. I mean, obviously, he it turns out is a convert, but that's sort of neither here or there, really. When you talk about moderates are I noticed you mentioned Sadiq Khan.
Sadie, yeah.
A moderate is what ISIS would, they believe that they're not true Muslims. That's why when they say on shows like LBC, etc., because they've got no understanding whatsoever what Islam is, they speak, and I'm talking about the presenters, they speak from complete ignorance. You've even got, you know, Majid, or whatever his name is, who, by the way, they've never allowed me to get through to and speak to.
No surprise there. Yeah.
The point being is that ISIS are what we would term as Orthodox Muslims or Mohammedans. That is exactly what they are, and therefore the so-called moderates that don't believe what they believe are also to be exterminated. You either believe exactly and follow exactly what Muhammad said and did, and he is your example, and the example is not just in the Quran, it is in the Sirah, and it is in the Hadith, and it is a trilogy. That is the problem. Again, you've got to realise that the ISIS flag isn't a coincidence. It is exactly the same flag that Muhammad used. It is no different. So the flag that they are flying tells you that they are Mohammedans, they believe in Mohammedism, and they are the true Islam.
So what they believe in really then, if we can say this, is that these people believe that this was the perfect man. And every time they mention his name, they have to say, peace be upon him. If they mention it 5 times in a minute, they have to say, peace be upon him, because they respect the life of that man so much, and for what he wrote that superseded the verses of the Quran. And what we keep getting told by these liars within Islam is that, well, look at the Quran, look at this verse, look at that verse. And what we tend to find out is that, in actual fact, the Hadith and the Surah actually superseded those verses in the Quran. So they can tell us that these are peaceful verses all they like. We know, and we don't have to be scholars to do that. You know, there aren't many scholars, Graham, if I can say that to you. And a lot of people, you know, Anjem Choudary isn't a scholar. He's an opportunist.
Well, with respect, so is Sadiq Khan.
Yep.
I've already voiced on air, on TV, voiced my opinions of Sadiq Khan. I have warned people that he is the most dangerous thing that's happened to London since the Blitz. And I've also said that the only reason he went into politics was because they started to stop legal aid, and you know, they say he's a solicitor, he's this, he was working in human rights, etc. The man is a Ponce. That's it.
He's also an Orthodox Islamist.
Right, so let's talk about Sadiq for a second and how dangerous he is. You also mentioned the Fabians. People have got, the reason why we keep talking about them is because they are absolutely rooted in this problem. The Fabians were founded by Karl Marx in 1884. And you've got to realise that they are the most dangerous people There are a number of other. I did put a post out earlier on, just giving a brief explanation. You've got the same issues in America as well. Now, the Fabian. So, for example, Sadiq Khan is an executive of the Fabian Society. All of these people, there's over 200 of them in Parliament. They believe in Fabianism. They believe, and the Fabianists have what's known as a gradualisation strategy. It's gradualism, and that is exactly the same strategy as the Muslim Brotherhood. There is no difference. The only difference here, and you've got to look at it the right way, is that Hitler, a Nazi, on the left, he actually gave the printing presses to the Mufti of Jerusalem to print Mein Kampf. So people have got to understand there is a massive correlation between what these people are and what they do. One of the nastiest, vilest, inhumane battalions of the SS were Muslim. And when they marched on Italy, they slaughtered, they raped, they pillaged. They were a force where I could only say that they were true Mohammedans. They were the ISIS that we see today were on Hitler's side. And people have got to understand how dangerous they are. This is not a game. And people like me and you and others are not being given a voice on LBC. Yet what do LBC do? They put an ex-Muslim terrorist on prime time on a Sunday because he was going to stand as a Liberal Democrat. Can you understand how dangerous these people are?
Well, I'll just go a little bit further than that. You know, I mean, the Fabian Society and Fabianism to infiltrate every part of what we know of our political system and our schooling and education system to be. Then what we must believe is that Islam has found a great ally within the left and Fabianism, and hence the reason that Sadiq Khan is a Fabian. Because he needs to push the agenda, and the only way he can do that is by people that don't know the truth, people that he needs to push the agenda of the left on to actually agree that we need more open door immigration, more Muslims in this country. Please don't be Islamophobic. And Islamophobic, that actual word was made up by the Muslim Council of Britain, I do believe back in the 1970s, to stifle any debate, or the 1980s if I'm not mistaken, to stifle any debate that might actually go against their core beliefs. You know, I mean, Justin Trudeau at the moment in Canada has just passed a law. He's just passed a law in Canada saying that you can't criticise Muslims or Islam. They've passed that law in Canada, and I've got no doubt we've got some people listening from Canada on the live feed right now. Would you tell us what's going on with Justin Trudeau and let the other people in the chat room know? It's absolutely ridiculous. The apologists around this backward ideology, these people are so fascist in their views. These people sorry, mate.
We had the situation in London. You've just seen what's gone on there with this terrorist attack. You've seen, you know, MPs in tears because it's happened to them. Like you said, we're living with this every day of our life. We haven't got armed protection and police officers running around with guns and throwing us into bulletproof, bomb-proof limos and getting us out of the way. We have to live with this every day of our lives because of what they have done to us.
Blair, Mandelson.
We need to stand up and get them people out. But let me just say this to you. You have made a very valid point in what they've actually said in Canada, that they're actually saying we're passing this law, etc., and bringing it. You cannot say anything against Islam, right? Well, that's Muslims will not speak out against each other. Whether it's ISIS or anyone else, they are forbidden, right? So obviously, you also mentioned it was, and this is going on the slightly different. It's the largest growing religion Well, it's the only religion that if you want to leave it, they'll chop your head off, right? So, and it's the only religion that I know of that are so extreme in their communities that if you leave, you are completely ostracised, yeah? Now, you've got the Hamishes, you've got the Brethren who are Christian in this country, they wear headscarves, etc. You never see any violence from them people.
Or the Amish, or the Buddhists, or the Hindus, or the Sikhs.
Exactly right. So, but getting back to Canada, people have got to understand what's going on in this country, and I'm going to refer to the Bradbury Pound.
Can I just interject just for 2 seconds while I think of it? Sorry, Graham, I do apologise to you. That is a Commonwealth country, is it not? And they abide by common law, which is loss, harm or injury. Now, what loss, harm or injury over freedom of speech exists? So I'm going to give a little bit of advice, if I can, just for a second. I do apologise, Graham, because I know you're chomping at a bit, brother. I was, while I was listening to the recording that I did. We must know that acts and statutes and legislations of law are governable by consent. Now that consent is given verbally to the police when they arrest you. So anyone in Canada right now that speaks out against Islam, be it the written, the spoken, the video, whatever goes on, when they come to your house, and they will apparently, because they have now passed this law, it's an act, a legislation of the law. Theresa May actually said a few months ago that our law is governable by consent. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely true. So if they come to your house, they're going to say, when you get into the interview room, what's your name? Well, you must know my name. I'm not going to verbally speak it to you to enter into a contract with you, for you to arrest me or charge me with anything. I have the freedom of speech. What loss, harm or injury have I caused anybody? Please show me one person that wants to stand up and actually say that I've offended them or done something. You've got to find that witness. And there are ways around this. Now, an act, legislation and law, legislation, act, a statute, is only governable by consent. And some of the time they'll say, well, you know, your birth certificate. Well, I'm sorry, but I wasn't witness to that. That, you know, I was a baby. Anybody could have signed that. That's hearsay, believe it or not. I wish I could talk to you on video, Graham, but I don't want to push me luck at the minute. But, you know, the people in Canada, you've got to understand, if these people ask your name, you don't give it. They can know who you are. They can interview you. They can do all sorts of stuff. If you don't give your name, you're not verbally entering into a contract for those people to arrest you on some sort of Islamophobic thing where you've talked about Islam. I mean, where have we come to in the Western world at the moment where we actually can't enter into a dialogue about the problems that exist within Islam, because the Muslims won't do it, because the Muslims don't know what goes on in the trilogy of the books, and so how can we go? And our politicians don't know what this book is, but we can see the proof from the Middle East every day, you know, and it's coming to the West.
There's only one common denominator throughout the world for all the atrocities that are being caused by Muslims or Mohammedans, and that is the trilogy, the Quran, the Hadith and the Sirah. That's it. That's the common denominator, and these people know exactly what's going on.
Well, okay, so if we said a terrorist, or you know, look, it was an accident then. You know, let's go one step further. It was an accident. Somebody mounted the pavement, mowed over 20 people, injured 40, and then jumped out the car, stabbed a policeman and got shot because he didn't know what he was doing. What was that guy reading? He was reading the Quran, the Hadith and the Surah. This man was Islamized. So you can't say that this has nothing to do with Islam. You know, Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda, Al-Mujahideen, you know, all of these groups there, I can never say that word, by the way, you know, all of these groups there believe in the trilogy, and that is, you know, to the point where actually they value death more than life. You know, we've seen photographs of people with concrete blocks strapped up around their genital areas, and when they were asked why, because if I get blown up or shot, I've still got me gear intact for me 72 virgins, and that is fact. You know, and I'm not mucking about, Graham. You know, we've seen that with these pictures. You know, and that's fine, because in the Middle East, if you want to do that and you live there, you stay there and you do what you do. Why have we got involved? We got involved over 9/11. We've tried to install a democracy in this country that doesn't believe in man-made law. But in our country, they vote against everything and do voter fraud. They text each other and say, listen, get Labour in because they're on our side. You know, there's all of this stuff going. They use our democracy against us. That's what they do. And in their own countries, they don't want man-made law. And we've been over there with our soldiers and lost plenty of lives to try and install some sort of man-made law. They don't want it. They don't want it. They want the Sharia. They want what the book tells them to do. And we're fighting a losing battle. Now, if that's okay for them to do that over there, and they want to kill each other, you know, stick ties around each other and burn and rape and kill and pillage and do what they want to do, then you know what? You're a third world country. Stay over there. I know we've destabilised the Middle East. We removed Gaddafi, Saddam. I know what we've done, right? But not in my name. I didn't ask the government to do that. So why are we getting attacks on our soil with innocent people? If these people have an argument, it should be with the current government. It should be with Tony Blair, Mandelson, Brown. It should be with Bush in America. It shouldn't be with the innocents of our country, you know. And I know what they'll say. Sorry, Graham. I know what they'll say. Well, you're bombing innocent civilian and children and women and raping our kids and doing this. It's absolute crap. We've seen the propaganda coming out of the Middle East. We've seen the photographs where, you know, they're all laying down. You know, and one of them moves because he's got an itch, you know, and they're all supposed to be dead. You know, we've seen all of that, and that's what these people are putting out as propaganda in the Western countries once they get a great enough number of these people to actually make them believe that we're doing that to have them rise up in these countries. And we're getting the youngsters at the moment actually rising up and want to call some sort of jihad. You know, this is I can't emphasise enough how this is going.
No, I agree. Let me just pick up on 2 points. I'll go back to Canada because that's important, but just the one that when you just referenced, you know, Libya, which is on the Mediterranean, and taking out the infrastructure, bombing them, doing what they was doing, and other parts of the Middle East. What you've got to understand is this, and people have got to visualise it. During the Second World War, everyone will remember the dam busters. And why did we go for the dam? Because if we broke the dam, the water would just cascade down and it would ruin most of the heavy German infrastructure in that area and their ability to manufacture arms. Right?
Great analogy coming.
Attacked them dams.
Yep.
And what you've got to understand, and I know most people listening do understand it, but the simple analogy is, when they took out Libya, when we bombed Libya, when we did that, that was the equivalent of bombing the dam and destroying the dam. And that was a strategic decision by politicians who know exactly what they're doing and exactly what they want to cause, and that's the issue. And I've said this and I'll say it again. My opinion of Germany is they have now got 1.2 million young fighting men ready to be armed to go to war. That is what my belief is. But let me just go back to one thing, which is Canada, because it was quite a crucial thing that you brought up. You said that Canada have just passed a law that says that you cannot talk badly or
criticise
about Islam. Now, you've got to understand something. You cannot criticise Islam now in the Canadian Parliament. What's going on in this country is that we have something that's been introduced to the capital markets, which is called Sukuk, or Sharia bonds. Now, over 2 billion has been introduced, and you've got to look at the fact that there are 5 and possibly more now major infrastructure buildings of our government that have now been taken over by Sukuk, which means it's under Sharia law.
Yep.
Right? That's factual.
Yep.
Now, Richmond House is where our Parliament, when it closes down, when they're refurbing it, and my opinion is they should do what Guy Fawkes did with the place, or wanted to do with the place. They are moving the politicians out of there and into Richmond House. Richmond House is already under Sharia law. It's already a dry house. It already houses the head of the National Health Service. It is the central office or headquarters of National Health Service for the whole of the UK. They have also bought Admiralty House under Sir Cook. They have also bought Lambeth House, and there are 2 other massive buildings that they have purchased. They are all under Islamic Sharia law. And the point being that they are already working at a high level to infiltrate and stop us, because once Parliament goes into Richmond House, it cannot, under the terms of the lease, in any way or form, it cannot criticise Islam. Now that is a dangerous situation. Now, you've got to look at the fact that they're not allowed to drink in there, right? Alcohol.
No bacon.
No
No.
pork.
No.
They was looking at buying a local pub because they couldn't have a drink in the new temporary parliament.
Subsidised by us.
How dangerous this is.
Subsidised by us, obviously. When we're paying £5 a pint, they're paying £2 a pint. You know, I mean, listen.
Well, they won't be buying £2 a pint inside Richmond House.
Well, they won't be buying any pints in Richmond House. That's right. You know, but this is where it becomes dangerous. Now we do know that Saudi money, obviously, is coming into our country. They bought up most of London, probably. You know, I don't know what the percentage is. You might be able to tell me. But it's like we're relying on the money because our public sector's too big, our private sector's too small. We need the investment coming in, and now all of a sudden, because apparently it's the Islamic community that are bringing this for want of a better word, I suppose, this money, you know, and why then are we, you know, listen, I've got to say this to you. I mean, any sensible person that knows what goes on with the Quran, do you think any politician yet has actually read any part of the Quran? Do you think they've read any part of the Hadith or the Surah? Of course they haven't. Or they'd know exactly what goes on.
Definitely not.
Right,
Definitely
so they
not.
know what goes on.
There was a book that was written by Dr. Bill Warner, which is a simplification of all 3, where he spells it out. And I'm absolutely positive not a single one of them. In fact, some of the ones who were bawling their eyes out, I've got a good mind to send them copies and say, you need to start speaking out. I mean, a police officer did one of the very passionate...
Keith Palmer.
Yeah, one of the guys got on there and they said, you know, is there anything we could be doing? And he said, yeah, we need changes at the top. We need to be able to speak out. We need to be able to fight back, basically. And I mean, you haven't heard that repeated since.
Can I just make a point? We're not talking about all Muslims here. We're talking about the ideology, the political ideology of hate and fascism that comes through Islam. And everybody at the moment that has created some sort of terrorist attack, be it on our soil or on Europe's soil or anywhere else in the world, this is because of the teachings of Islam. So it is Islamist based. There's no way that anybody in their right minds can actually destroy that notion or deny it. And that's what we're dealing with our elite, because these elite believe, apparently, that it's got nothing to do with Islam, and it is in actual fact a peaceful religion. It's not a religion. And as soon as we understand that, we can get away from the fact that they're using their freedom of religion against us.
Yeah, no, they are. 100%. They are using, and they do not, 100%, they do not believe in democracy.
No, of course not.
That's factual.
Yeah, of course.
They don't believe in democracy. So Sadiq Khan has basically used a block vote in London to become elected mayor, and he is an extremely dangerous man. And I can't emphasise enough how dangerous that man is. I mean, as you know, I stood in Tooting when he had to stand down, and I went on knocking on doors, and I spoke to Muslims on the doorstep. You know, and I had many conversations. I had many conversations with Eastern Europeans that absolutely believe what I believe. That if you, bearing in mind, I believe in England. I believe in civic nationalism. I believe in democracy. I do not believe in being a socialist. I certainly don't believe in communism. But at the end of the day, we are now being controlled, and we have to stop it, because we are waking up. They are frightened. The first notch was Brexit. The second notch was, and a bigger notch, if I might say, was America voting for Donald Trump. I know there are some people that still think he's part of the elite, but he is different. It's the same as Aaron Banks. He's different. You can still be a nationalist and a rich person and still believe the same as what we believe.
Can I just, I'm going to say something. I watched a video and took my own interpretation of this, and I'm going to say this to you. In Islamic controlled lands, and we've seen the difference from the 70s and 80s to now, what happened? Islam happened, right? Now, the Sunnis and the Shia actually fight between themselves over power. Over that land, they fight between themselves. It's only when a kafar, an unbeliever, an infidel, comes within their midst that actually join forces and get rid of that threat that is the kafar, the unbeliever, the infidel. And then they go back, once that threat's eliminated, and go back to fighting each other over who's going to take control and take power over those certain countries. Those are the wars that are ongoing at the moment in the Middle East between Sunni and Shiite, right? So now we can see Donald Trump as an infidel, an unbeliever, a kuffar against the elite. And the Republicans and the Democrats at the moment are actually fighting together against Donald Trump. And once Donald Trump, if they do ever manage to get him out of the way, they're fighting together to get him out of the way. And then once he's out of the way, they will go back to fighting each other. They take up the characteristics of Sunni and Shia, right? Now, I've said a lot of things on a lot of shows. I'm hoping now, obviously, we've got quite a few people watching. I do apologise, really, for the fact that you are hearing some form of truth that might not be palatable for you. But it's certainly the truth that I believe in. Yes, I don't believe that our foreign policy is any good for anybody. We're offering up our soldiers for no apparent reason. I believe our soldiers should be for defensive purposes only. I believe that foreign aid should be given with our armed forces when a tsunami hits, when a hurricane hits, when there's been a bushfire. Let's get our soldiers out there with the goods to help those people. Let's not worry about foreign aid. You know, we have constantly paid foreign aid to countries that launch rockets, that goes to the guerrillas, goes to the government. We're not helping anybody. You know, there are certain things that go on that I believe in. There's certain things that I don't believe in. But I do solely believe this. I believe that the clergy plan by Richard Coudenhove is in full effect. And since 1922, this man, before he died, tried to put this into effect. He actually said, look up Richard Coudenhove, the Kalergi, K-A-L-E... K-A-L-E-R-G-I, the Kalergi plan. He actually wanted to flood the European states way back in 1922, 23, 24 with Negroid Asians, he referred to them as. Not me, but those are his words. Because for the want of a better life, they will be more easily controllable. And then you look at the dictatorship of the European Union and the fact that these people are unaccountable, unelected. And then we see the fact that ISIS have told us that they will flood our lands with ISIS fighters, with jihadists, with Islamists, with Mohammedans. And this is exactly what's gone on. And Europe have opened their doors to these people. We have, in actual fact, not opened our doors, but certainly allowed a lot of illegal immigration and refugee status to be attached to these certain people when they jump out of the back of trucks. Now let's get something right here, please, that a lot of people gloss over again. The fact that the terminology is illegal immigrants. And they tell you that on the news. And what do people think? You know, they say 5 illegal immigrants jumped out of the back of a lorry. You know, and they're given refugee status. They're put in a house. They're put in a home. They take what is essentially ours. And I'm not going to be thingy about this. I mean, look, if I'm waiting for a house and I've lived there all my life, I pay my taxes, pay my national insurance, I've had a job, I'm out of work, I could be signing, and it doesn't fucking matter, really. That's the second time I've sworn, I do apologise. You know, but these people are now being given what we should be given. We've got over 10,000 homeless ex-veterans on the streets. We've got 100,000 families on the streets. And these are the numbers, believe it or not. Until I was homeless last year, I found out from the council that in actual fact, the homeless numbers are larger than that Because once you're in a bed and breakfast, you're not classed as homeless anymore. How many people out there are in bed and breakfast, you see? And these people are being given what we should be given. Our grandmothers, grandfathers, aunties, uncles, mums and dads have paid for this entire system. And I know Mick might disagree, but we have paid for this. It is ours. And I don't want to be too tribal about what we do, but I have to be tribal because I'm English. A Scottish man, Nicola Sturgeon, is tribal. Plaid Cymru are tribal. The Irish are tribal. And they can be...
You're not allowed to be tribal in English.
Well, no, you see, I was just coming to that because to be English apparently is racist. And I can't stand the fact that we are demonised at every turn for having a difference of opinion. Now, I do believe that we should look after everybody in this country. That comes down, I do believe, Graham, to civic nationalism. And I don't care who you are, what religion, what colour, what race, what creed. We need to look after our own people in this country now before we can take any more in. It's not about being white. It's not about being black, brown, Pakistani, Iraqi. It's got nothing to do with Polish. It's got nothing to do with it. We need to be able to look after our own people first before we start bringing other people in, because other people now are going to suffer. And when those people start suffering, there's ill feeling. And once there's ill feeling, there's racism, apparently, because these people will class it as being racism, even though you are being downtrodden to the back of the queue over others. And in actual fact, it's reverse racism, because these people, because they're of a different race, are superior to you on the housing list. They're superior to you on the schooling list. They're superior to you on the NHS, because they are of a different colour. And that makes them superior over your needs. So it's racism in a reverse form. I'm sorry, but that's the way I see things. You know, we should be able to look after everyone here before we bring other people in. And are we going to abide by it? Just one question for you, right? I know I've seen you busy with your pen, and I'm glad you're writing things down, Graham, because you know how I go. And we do go around the houses, and I do talk about a lot of different subjects. But what I'm going to say to you is that when we actually one day realise that maybe multiculturalism has gone too far, diversity has gone, right, I know it's gone too far already, I know that, but you know, people will at some point, the left certainly will wake up at some point and they will believe when they're not living at home with mummy and daddy, driving mummy and daddy's BMW, living in Richmond and these other places where immigration really hasn't taken a hold. You know, they're going to realise really that now it's hard to get a job, and their minimum wage has been driven down by cheap labour. They're going to realise, and it's going to be too late. And it's only people like us and the people in the chat room and the people on Facebook and the people on YouTube and, you know, that actually realise this is the truth. These people are so easily led down a garden path. And I've often said it, I'm going to say it tonight because we've got plenty of people listening, and I'm so glad you tuned in. Thank you very much, because this is what we, myself and Graham and others, are about. To be on the left is roller skates with bearings, on tarmac, downhill, straight, 70 mile an hour. No oppression from the police. No oppression from the government. There's no oppression from anybody. Because to be left, apparently, and to be open borders is completely acceptable because of the Fabianism that's been put into our society and into our learning institutions. To be on the right with a difference of opinion that you're not allowed, that you are silenced by and called racist and fascist and bigoted and knuckle draggers over. Extreme far right. Terrorists even. We are on the four-wheeled roller skates of the 60s going uphill on gravel. Now look at the difference. There's nothing there really for the left to come into contact with if they protest, if they get in the streets, if they go down the street. They don't have to pre-arrange this demonstration. They just turn up. There's no police. They just do what they want. Muslims do the same thing. Us with a different idea actually have to liaise with the police. Well, actually we don't, because if the left and the Muslims don't, then nor do we. Sorry, I keep mentioning Muslims. I will say Islamists. Okay, we've seen them walking through our capital city, calling for the death and destruction of our Queen, 10 Downing Street, the Kafars. That's absolutely fine. No police presence. They just descend upon that. Now you've got to wonder where they got those instructions from. Did they use WhatsApp? Did they use emails? Did they phone everybody? Did they send letters via carrier pigeon? No, they didn't. They used the mosques. And on a Friday, the instructions are laid bare for all these people to see. And on a Saturday, they're out in every major town protesting against something. What have we got? We've got social media. We put out that we're doing a demonstration. It's no good. because apparently the police get hold of it. The police give it to the left. Before you know it, it's a major coming together of two opposing forces that the police need to keep apart. And what do? They blame the right every time for the trouble it ensues over these people that are actually dressed up as militants. And that's the left for you. We need to approach this in a different way. We really do. And I can't see any way out of it unless we start doing this in a different way. Sorry, Graham. You know what I'm like. This is why it's called the Rant Show. I did actually name it tonight as Friday Night Live, but you know it always turns into a rant because I can't help it.
I know, and not only that, you've had an hard day today. I'm going to cover up a few things. First of all, and there's one of them you're definitely not going to like. First of all, don't forget, I want people to understand, when they hear London School of Economics, the university, mentioned on the news, mentioned to do with economics, I want everyone to realise that that was founded by the Fabian Society. It is a Fabian institution.
Yep.
Right? People listening, when you hear it mentioned, you got to understand that inside that building there is a stained glass window with their motto in stained glass, which is a wolf in sheep's clothing, reshaping the world.
Yep.
Right. So, and there's people sitting round it, praying and laughing, basically.
Yeah.
Because they know what they're doing, and we're like the sheep that are just being herded into it. So you've got to understand where that come from. But the next thing I want to say to you is this, and this is what many people probably, and I need to be able to finish what I'm saying before.
Graham, no, listen, I'm gonna. You know what? Your pen's in your hand. You've written notes. This is absolutely fantastic, brother. Crack on, please.
Right. One of the worst things that could have happened in this country is a minimum wage, because it is what we have done, or what they have done, and I'm talking about corporatism. Free markets without a minimum wage, what you've actually done now is put in statute, not common law but statute, to corporations, which is also the government, which is a corporation. You have actually said to them people, we consent to the maximum wage actually being the minimum wage, because they don't have to pay you anymore. You've walked straight into corporatism, communism, collectivism. That is a major disaster for working people, right? If you didn't have that, and we just had the free market, if there wasn't enough skilled carpenters, you would be on £30-40 an hour. But they don't have to put you on that. All they'll do is import people on minimum wage and under. And all it's doing is shafting us. You're actually giving the corporates a reason to underpay you. If I go back to 2004, as a telecommunication and data communications engineer, I was on £80,000 a year as an annual salary. And then what did they do? They started to offshore the roles and get these people to do this, and gradually the money come down. For the same job I was doing, my skill set is still just as valuable. But how much do they pay me for doing that job I was doing on £80,000 a year in 2004? 25 grand a year. It ain't enough to live on. And they've brought this in because of minimum wage. They brought it in because of corporatisation. The corporatists are just as bad as the communists for working people. And the minimum wage is actually the maximum wage, because by law, you've now set a wage. You've set a limit, whether or not it's on the this is the minimum you should pay. And the only people getting away with absolute fortunes are the people right at the top, the elites, that are actually nicking your money.
You know what? I just got to say, I just saw a comment because I got a little bit closer. I actually picked up the iPad and put you live on the screen. you know, maybe I should get, what I should do really, if you're on video like that, is just get a little holder there so you can go to the left. Not to the left, you know what I mean. But go, and I can talk to you and have people watch you, and they were saying hello, Graham, and this that, and the other. But someone did actually say in the chat room, sorry, on the live feed on Facebook, that what about 0 hours contracts? Now that takes people off employment. It brings down the quarterly figures of who's unemployed, because you are actually employed but on 0 hours, losing money. See, this is deployed by the government to make you believe that we can actually be employed and we're not employed, and that the unemployment's down as opposed to the quarterly figure from 3 months ago, etc., etc. And they sanction people and do all the gear and make you believe that actually unemployment's down. When what we're dealing with is that we've got homeless veterans, we've got veterans that are disabled that have been cut on their disabled benefits. We've got people working on 0 hours contracts that are earning less than what they will probably get through the state. And that brings their quarterly figure down, and that's what they do. You know, these people juggle and cut everything known to man to make themselves look better for you to vote for them again. Now we're going to talk about this now, Graham, if you don't mind. There's a great idea going around, and it has been for quite a while, that what we should actually do is vote for an independent. Now, if Graham stood in his constituency there, and I stood in mine. We had not a manifesto, but an idea. Let's not have a manifesto, because a pre-election manifesto is different from an election manifesto, because they're allowed to change it. We've seen evidence of that many, many times, because a pre-election manifesto is exactly what it says, pre-election ideas. And once you get elected, it comes into being this different manifesto, right? Let's vote for the people that are standing in your communities. Let's actually vote for somebody that could make a change. Let's turn politics back around a 180 to where it should be, where you are telling your councils and the councils are telling the government exactly what needs to go on, rather than the mothership of the government dictating to the councils and dictating to you. That's what we need to do to change politics in this country. I couldn't be any more adamant about that. Now, you might not, you know, I mean, if the Greens or someone that believes in the Greens is an independent, no party manifesto, they're not with any party, but they do believe in the values of the Greens. And you've got people with the values of Labour, people with the values of Tories. Pick up on the person that you should vote for that has your best interests at heart in your certain constituency. That, my friends, is an independent. That person will do more for you in the Houses of Parliament than anybody else with a party manifesto ever. Ever.
Absolutely agree. And not only that, an independent MP is generally respected. Now, I knocked on doors before, and someone said to me, he was a retired engineer, and obviously not very intelligent, which is unusual. But he said to me, "How are you going to form a government?" And I laughed at him.
You don't form it. There's no point in, yeah.
I said to him, "Do you understand that an MP, a member of Parliament, is there to represent you, not
constituency?
Their party,
exactly.
not the government, but you.
Exactly.
That's the whole point of this." And he was just looking at me in shock. Do you know what I mean? There weren't no point in talking to him because he had a big Labour sign in his front garden. But the point being, and this is what I absolutely agree 110% that independents will work only for their constituents. That is what you're there for. You are not, and you are there to, when you look at other things, I mean, I look at foreign affairs, I look at the different things that happen in the world, I understand it. One of the things that they have never, ever admitted to, and it makes me angry, is the reason why there is a war in Syria is because of the European Union's energy crisis. Because of a gas pipe from Qatar that is running through Syria, they want it to run through Syria. And Assad said, "No, you're not having it. We're not putting it through Syria." That's what that war is about. And the pipe is going into Turkey, which is then going under and then through into Bulgaria. That is what that war is about, and they will not tell the people.
See, now, you know what, listen, we can talk about Islam, we can talk about the problems in this country. I do believe at the moment that for what we talk about, and for others that call in, and there are a few waiting, you know, but for what we talk about, it's not just picking on what we believe to be the problem. We look at what we can actually make as a solution, between the group that we have and a great group of people, guys. I've got to tell you what a great team we've got. They differ in ideals and values, but we all can agree on certain aspects of what we talk about. We might disagree on little things, and I'm just going to put this out there, just while it's jogged me memory, that the left and the right at the moment focus and argue on the negatives. And they're constantly bickering and arguing between themselves over these negatives. And the negatives, believe it or not, are very, very small. Very, very small. They are, Graham. They're very, very small. We can actually agree that the NHS is in trouble. Our schools are in trouble. Our housing is in trouble. Our benefit system is in trouble. Everything's in trouble. But the excuse that the left will give is that the government should have done more. It's not the immigrants' fault. It's not the refugees. It's not the illegals. It's nobody else's fault but the government's. And when you mention to a hardcore leftist idealist, should we say, that, well, okay then, if we need more from the government, you need to pay more in, right? Let's stop foreign aid. Let's stop, let's not be a member of the EU, £350 million a week, let's stop all of that and put the money back into the country. They want to stay with the EU. And you say, well, where's this money going to come from? Well, I don't know. Well, so we've all got to pay more tax to subsidise these people with houses, school places, NHS. But they will tell you they don't want to pay more tax. So where is the solution from these people? There is no solution from these people, my friend.
But yet people like me and you have got the solution. I've got the solution for the National Health Service, which is the Bradbury Pound. But it must be a national health service, not an international service, right?
Well said.
And the second thing is, we need a tax system. We do still need a tax system.
Of course.
But it must be the Hong Kong tax system, right? Because the Hong Kong tax system is English. It's been about for hundreds of years. It's got precedents been set for hundreds of years. And it's only 200 pages.
Can I just say,
11,500 pages.
Is that Robert Copperthwaite? Is that the man that they have a statue of in Hong Kong? Because he completely turned it around.
I'll tell you what, he's one of the greatest Scotsmen that have ever lived. Right? He's he's a proper Scot. He's intelligent. He understood what the problems were, unlike the ones in the SNP, right? And he is the one that they are building statues of him in Hong Kong and in China, because they've said he was right. Positive non-interventionism. Trust the people. Trust the people. That's what he said.
So the public sector is very, very small, and the private sector is very, very high. That's what we're looking at. And if
65% of working people in Hong Kong, people refer to it as a flat rate. I've got books on it here. People refer to it as a flat rate tax system. It's not. It's an optional flat rate system. And so the other side of it, it's either 15% as a flat rate, meaning you earn so much money, and you probably it goes into about, you'd have to earn 750 grand a year before that gives you an advantage, right? And then you've got the rest of the population so 65% don't pay any tax at all. And the reason why they don't pay tax is because they get massive tax allowances, right? So what they say in Hong Kong is, you go and earn what you got to earn, right? And it's progressive and proportionate, up to a maximum of 17.5% if you go for that version. And what happens is they'll say to you, have you got a disabled child? Yeah, right, well, you got 30 grand a year tax allowance for that. Have you got elderly parents? Yeah, right, well, you got 150 grand tax allowance for that. Have you got children in education? Yeah, well, you got 100 grand for that. I'm only quoting, roughly how they do it. So in the end, it means that a couple or a man or whatever, they don't give you child allowance. They give you, I think it's £2,000 per year per child and £9,000 for the first child as a tax allowance, not as a benefit.
No.
So you have to work in order to get the tax allowances, but then the money goes in your pocket, and the money goes in your pocket, guess what you do?
You look after.
You look after your own family.
There you go.
Look after the people closest to you, and not only that, you get the choice on where to spend the money, because that is what creates the best system. And if you go out to Hong Kong, they have got an infrastructure system that is second to none. They surpassed us in the 1960s as earnings capital per head, right? Because their system was so fantastic, and it's English.
Yeah.
It's an English tax system.
Robert Copplethwaite.
And the thing is, they are pure capitalists. We haven't lived in a capitalist society since the late 1800s.
Mate, you know what? See, you know, a lot of people moan about the situation we're in. And I certainly do. Graham does. We all do. But there are, should we say, solutions to every problem that we see. And like I said earlier, I mean, you know, Graham used to be, you know, what he was. I'm certainly a builder. And anything that I do in a day, we always come up against some sort of problem. And I like to think that I am, you know, and I'm known for it, to be honest, a great problem solver. I don't know as much as you. I don't know as much as Nigel. I don't, you know, but the common sense. You just open the flask there. I just see some steam come up. He's got coffee going. Look. You know, we've got common. He's got the red cup. He's got coffee. Let me just show the people. Go on, hold it up again. Go on. Look, he's on the coffee tonight. Look, it's steaming.
Oh, look,
He just got it out of a flask.
I
know. Look, he's fake. I knew you did. Look.
What's it called? It's called common sense.
See, don't keep getting up to make coffee. Just make a flask. You know, but common.
I've only got to boil the kettle once.
You know, well, he did fuck off just now to do something, and he's done that. You know, but there are solutions to the problems, and certainly after talking to Graham, you know, and the likes of Les and Spartacus and Dave Witcher, love Davey baby, love Graham, love Les, you know, love Spartacus. We can actually get around to a point where there is a solution to the problem, but it's very hard for the likes of people like us, if we can say that, to actually put that solution into place, because people won't accept the difference of ideas. They won't accept change, because this is how it's always run. This must be the truth. We must be in austerity. We must have minimum wage. You know, we must.
Rubbish.
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, but we know that, you know, but how can you change it? And I think the only way you're going to change it in literal terms is to actually vote for an independent in your constituency. And when you go,
Absolutely.
you know, you can go to a surgery and go, listen, what do you stand for then? Well, I've got no manifesto, but I've got to tell you, brother, I'm going to look after you, I'm going to look after this, look after that. Right, okay, so if we hand you a petition of 1,000 people in my constituency, let's not worry about the 100,000 people on gov.uk and, you know, change.org and all these other things there. If I give you something and the people say we want a playground, we're going to get a playground? Yeah, of course, mate. I'm gonna go to Parliament. I'm gonna fight your corner for you against these other people. I'm gonna get some fun. I'm gonna build you up. You know, this is what we need. We need people to represent us. It's not so much of a direct democracy, and that would be better, obviously. It is a form of direct democracy, but it's not. But it's certainly somebody to represent the town or city in which you live, and these people will take into account exactly what's going on. They can look at the budget, they can look at all sorts of things, they can go into the Houses of Parliament and actually argue the toss that they need more money because somebody wants this. And this is what the people want. This is what we pay into the system for. And we should be doing that on a major, major basis. Now, I know we've got nobody at the moment that are going to stand as independents, but when the message gets out, plenty of people stand around the country as independents, but they might not agree, or you might not agree, with what goes on. They could be liberal, lefty, they could be Greens, they could be all sorts. And you go, well, I'm not going to vote for him, and in which case, you know, a lot of people don't even vote. How wasteful is that?
What you're guaranteed of with me or you as an independent, of our type of independence, is that we are free thinkers. We are not tied. It's like having a freehold of a pub.
Rather than a lease.
I'm not tied to a lease. I haven't got to do or swallow anything that they say. yeah? Or it's like what we were talking about. On this show tonight, we can virtually say what we want, yeah? Bearing in mind there are defamation laws, which are common law. You cannot, we are not controlled by Ofcom, whereas all the others are. I mean, you can see what they're doing to Nigel Farage now, you know, saying you should never have said this. Why not? It's the truth.
You can't.
So at the end of the day, what they're frightened of is people like me and you. And let me tell you something, Dave, I've got absolutely no doubts whatsoever that you would stand up in Parliament and say exactly what's got to be said, and so would I. And if there was someone who we knew to be a nonce sitting anywhere in that Parliament, we would say, you're a nonce.
Out 'em. You know what? It's more about being... There's a lot of lies and deceit going on, and I believe the truth to be shining, and I've said it many a time on this show, it shines a beacon of light and shows us the way forward. The truth is, okay, now we can be misguided, we can be mislaid, we can have people change out or try and change the direction, and these are the left, obviously, telling us exactly what they think they know, bearing in mind they've been indoctrinated over you know, primary school, high school, middle school, college, universities. They've been indoctrinated into this thing because the Fabian Society actually have infiltrated our colleges, universities. And it's quite nice to know, actually, that I've been talking about this for years, that the indoctrination has been going on. And Nigel Farage actually said it the other week. You know, I don't know who watches and what goes on, but fucking love you, brother. I really do. You know, but certain things are picked up by certain people. And I think if we could all do something different, you know, if it come to it, how much is it to actually stand as an independent? Do we know?
500 quid.
500 quid. So in each constituency, you put someone up in that constituency, and then do what the Islamists do and vote for that one person. Let's get rid of party politics, because party politics and everybody...
We need to build up now our social media that people understand what we're about. People need to connect with us. That is what they're frightened of. And we need to make sure, so if I stand in Erith and Thamesmead, for example, which I will again, yeah, we need to make sure that we go full out. Now, I know for a fact, yeah, I mean, my local MP, Teresa Pearce, I like her. She's on the monetary committee. But when I talk to her about the Bradbury Pound, no, right? And then when I look into her history, who does she used to work for? PricewaterhouseCoopers. It's an elite organisation, right? And yet she's representing Labour. And then, when you look into her history and you look into her expenses and her funding, who's funding her? The trade unions are funding her.
Oh, the Fabians, the left. The hardcore left, the extremists. Yeah.
Well, I've actually asked her the question, are you a Fabian? She said no. I said, what do you think of Fabians? And what her exact words were, and with respect, she didn't, what she said was, they're very, what was the word she used? Very ambitious people.
Ambitious, no. Tenacious, I would say, not ambitious.
Well, I'd say they're traitors.
Well, yeah. But listen, you know, like we say, there's a lot of things we can do. And it's not until the message goes out, and you guys have been sharing and liking and loving this tonight. And you know, I'm not going to apologise to you, but what I am going to say is this might be something you're not used to listening to. Somebody that is perceived as racist and far right, apparently, because I have different ideals and values. But certainly, for what we were talking about earlier, I can say that I agree with the left that these things are in trouble, and they can agree with us. But what we do is fight on the negatives all the time, which creates division. We have division on the right. The left, through any organisation, are actually and completely and utterly joined together in harmonious fascism, should we say. What a great thing to say. They are joined together in harmonious fascism. And it doesn't matter what group they stand with, they all say and sing from the same hymn sheet. It's apparent to me at the moment that the far, or you know, the right, or the people with a different idea are actually split and fragmented so far apart and between each other's. I'm just going to say watch this space because we've got something coming up, but You know, we're so splintered and fragmented that we can't actually do anything as a collective because we have been fractured to a point, apparently, of no return. Well, hopefully that's been proven different today.
Well, let me tell you something. There is no. We are on the move, and we are going to take back control. But let me just say this to anyone who's listening, who's ever voted Labour, right? And people have got to understand this, yeah. That the private finance initiative was actually a Tory idea, and they scrapped it because they knew it wouldn't work in the way that it should work, right? Now, I don't like the Tories, and I certainly don't like the Labour Party anymore, and I don't like the Lib Dems who are traitors. Nearly swore then.
Oh,
right?
nearly. I've done it twice tonight so far. Almost.
But, right, it was the Labour Party that actually implemented Tory policy of private finance initiative. That gives you a clue. You've got two sides and they're implementing the same policies. That means that they, or whatever happens, are against us, right? Now, I want to say something here because people have got to understand the truest definition of fascism is when corporates come together with government. Now, Balfour Beatty are a private company, right? They are quoted on the stock exchange, and what you've got is Labour have introduced PFI, which is tax money going into recycled tax money going into Balfour Beatty. 75% of their revenue now comes from PFI contracts, which means it has corrupted that private company, right?
Yep.
Then you've got the Conservatives that own the shares in Balfour Beatty, if you like, and some relatively well-off middle-class Labour people, yeah, own shares. So who are the people that are paying that money? Who are the people paying that money? We are giving Balfour Beatty their money, and it has completely corrupted the private sector. And that is pure fascism.
Well said. Well said. I'll just let you know, I just switched the video on so Graham can see me now as well with my Father Christmas beard. I was actually called Popeye today, and they actually liken me to the Silver Fox. And if you don't like silver, maybe if you don't like your grey, you could be called Chrome. You know what, I've got to say, we've got to talk about Alexander Blackman. But what I want to do, Graham, if that's all right, I'll turn the video off quickly. I just want to say hello to you. I'm going to play a quick tune from Citizen Steve, because we do, Facebook, have the rights from Citizen Steve to play his music. Okay? So before you cut the video off and say it's down to copyright, please go and ask Citizen Steve if we can play his music, because apparently we are allowed. And last time we did this, Graham, at your place, we were allowed to play the music and we didn't get cut off. So Facebook, if you're listening, we have the rights to play Citizen Steve's music. And what I'm going to do is play a quick tune, if you don't mind, my friend. I'll cut you down on the fader there. Stay exactly where you are. I'll need a bit of a toilet break, obviously, because it's been a long day. I'm a little bit tired, and we've been on air now for 2.5 hours. And just,
do you want me to jump off the call and let someone else call in?
Well, it's up to you. And, you know, unless you got more to say, Graham. I mean, you know, it's not. We this is what we do. I know we've got someone else here that's been texting and doing all sorts. You know, if we can, you know, if you want to come back on a little bit, you know, in 15-20 minutes time, maybe, you know, we'll talk about something else. But the phone line, I'm actually going to write it down backwards. For the people watching on the live feed, because the camera does that, and I do apologise for the Free Marine A that actually says something completely different. I was given that sticker today, and I'm very, very proud of that. I've actually got two here as well that I'm going to stick in my car, and there they are, Free Marine A. I was what a devastating blow today. You know, we all thought. It wasn't about Alexander Blackman walking out of the doors of the Royal Court of Justice. That wasn't never going to happen. That can't be seen to be something, especially not after Wednesday probably, but I'm just surmising. But certainly coming out in front of all the news and the cameras, it wasn't going to be. And it's such a shame, really, and I was absolutely devastated, you know, that everyone turned up. and we were waiting for this great result, as we've been waiting for, and certainly the family and Claire and the team and Al have been waiting for themselves for all these months and years, you know. But let me just say this to you: public pressure and the team behind Alexander Blackman actually made this happen. It was the public pressure as well, and it's so nice to see the Marines. It's so nice to see other people down there and the hooting, and it was, you know, I saw the bagpiper today, Graham, and I got to say, mate, it was the lump in my throat. I actually went to talk and couldn't do it. It was so nice to see that sort of patriotism and looking after your brother, you know, and that is what we've lost as a community. The community cohesion that we used to have, we've lost, but it's still alive and kicking within the Marines, and I salute every one of you. I'm not going to do it because it's probably going to come out backwards, and I'm not a Marine, so I'm not going to do that. But certainly to do a live feed for everyone today, every comment, probably apart from one or two, were absolutely fantastic, and the support again was just beautiful. And I will be back there Tuesday, obviously. But what I'm going to do, if it's all right with you, then what I'll do is I'll get rid of you for a minute. I don't mean it like that, you know what I mean. And what I will do, let me just trying to find. I haven't got them in a folder at the moment, but there's a tune I want to play if I can find it. There you go. You know, I'm supposed to play the news and do all sorts, and I've not done that tonight, obviously, because we've been talking. But I've got to thank everyone that's shared the video and likes and hearts, and you know, they've been flying. Even though what we've been talking about probably is not their cup of tea. You know, we must realise that the negative emojis actually squash the views on a video. But you're all fantastic people, and this is the first time in months and months and months since I lived in the hostel, believe it or not, that I can actually go like. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen and I'm looking at you on the thing here. It's been months and months and months since I've been able to go live with anything. Because it keeps cutting out and doing all sorts, and I'll get frustrated, obviously. But the show tonight has been absolutely fantastic, and certainly Graham, with the knowledge that you have, and the problem-solving skills that we both have, along with a lot of others, could make a massive, massive difference to what goes on in this country. But it takes all of us to be a part of it.
No, I agree entirely, and we are, and I don't want this. I'm going to say this. It's an old cliche saying, but it's absolutely true. There is no I in team.
Exactly that, my friend. Exactly that. And to move forward, you do need support, obviously. I know that. Everyone knows that. Certain groups and organisations have support. It's a shame at the moment that we can't collaborate and bring that support together and actually be probably as strong as what the left, the extreme left, the Islamists are, by standing together to prove a point. Leave your grief at the door, shall we say, and join in with what needs to go on, because you know we can't do this alone. I can't do it. Graham can't do it. Yes, the following is really, really good, and I love each and every one of you right from there. I really do. And we don't do this because you know I want my face on camera. I'm actually quite a shy and retiring guy. I was until a few years ago when I started doing videos, but you know we can't do this on our own. It can't be done. We need your support. We need you to change your settings on YouTube, you know, to make sure that you've got notifications and you press the little bell and subscribe. We need you to do the same thing with the Facebook Live videos, where you get the notification and you go onto my timeline there and hover over friends and it says get notifications, and you hover over following and it says see first. You know, if you're interested in what we've got to say, then you've got to change your settings, and the only way you can do that is by going onto mine or Graham's timeline and changing that for yourselves. It's the same with YouTube. I've got over 2,000 subscribers. You would have thought that every time you put a video out you get 2,000 views. One of the green screens I did yesterday, I've actually got 140 views. So the bell needs to be pushed now. What they're doing is silencing you through different means, is what they're doing. And you think you've subscribed or you think you follow somebody, and there's actually notifications there that you can actually make into something where you will actually see posts first. And we don't post crap, you know that. Yes, we do post the news to get people's ideas and opinions and views. But we also put out our own views and opinions on videos, etc., etc. And that's where it comes from. Team No Sleep for Trump, absolutely fantastic. If you tag or you want to share the link for Motivate Radio, or you share the videos at the moment, please hashtag Team No Sleep for Trump, because these guys went behind the scenes and found out actually that the negative emojis squash the views, because Facebook believe that nobody wants to see it because you're angry or sad or shocked about it. So keep it on the positives. And they've been going all night so far, Graham. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is. And people are taking notice now, you know. So, but we must gather momentum, and it's very, very hard to gather momentum when you've got a job in which you can't speak your mind. You've got young children. I've certainly seen people within certain organisations lose their children, lose their jobs over their own beliefs. This is how they squash and silence your freedom of thought. And that, my friends, is not good enough. There are many people out there that won't stand up and shout from the rooftops, put their heads above the parapet and say, listen, you must listen to us because we are a collective. And I've been talking about collectivism, but certainly as a far right, if we can, I don't want to call us that, but we're labelled as such. If we're a group that sits on the right, I believe myself, I sit in the middle, on a fence, a leg either side, and a ball draped either side. I'm in pain, but I'm sitting there. I'm looking at the left, I'm looking at the right, and I'm looking at what we can do to achieve some sort of change. And I know Graham feels the same. I know probably all of you feel the same. And all the while we're harping on about Muslims, it's no good. Islam is the root cause of every problem in this country to do with Muslims. But it's not all Muslims, it's Islam. It's the trilogy, it's the Orthodox Muslims.
People have to understand that Muslims are victims
of Islam. That's it. Yep.
That's what we're trying to get across, and 100%.
First and foremost.
Yeah, and we need to make sure that them people can walk away from that ideology at any time, because we live in a free country where we are individuals.
Without fear of apostasy and death.
Exactly that.
And that's
right,
what goes
I'm going
on.
to be off then.
Right, okay, mate, but I'm going to make a phone call, obviously. Listen, brother, love you a bit. You know I do. It's been an absolutely... He's put a shirt on the note. You saw his shirt. I held him up. And he's been writing notes down and all sorts. This is absolutely fantastic. This is what the Motivate Radio Rant show, the Friday Night Live show, is all about. Hang on a minute. Let me just show the people what you're doing there, if you don't mind. He's happy. Look at that. I actually think that's a cushion for his hemorrhoids. But
yeah, you're not far wrong.
But listen, mate, you know what? We're trying to do so much, and to bite off more than we can chew is probably what we've done at the moment with what we're trying to do. But you know, I'm working on it. I know you're working on it. I know people have donated and done what they've done. Just bear with us, guys, because we want change, but there's a way that we can do that, and I don't believe it's after or trying to demonise everyone of a certain religion. It's certainly the religion or the perceived religion itself, and these people are the first victims of that. So, Graham, I will bid you a very good evening. Stay where you are though, because if I ring, it's only a short one. The number's going to come out, by the way. I'm going to write it backwards. I've got a nice little marker pen here, and I've got. Well, actually, I'll tell you what I do. I'm going to put it in the chat room now. 07984 466 505. All right. 07984 466 505. You can also add me on Skype, and it's all lowercase. Bossman Davey J. I forgot my other one, so I just did what I did. It's not because I'm the boss man. I don't want to be the boss man, to be honest. But it's a nickname that's stuck because of the radio station and the other DJs that play on it. So please don't think that I'm trying to be anything I'm not, because I'm not. But it's Bossman Davey J, or lowercase, and it's 07984 466 505. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the phone call that I said I was going to make in a minute. But Graham, thank you very much, young man. He's all suited, he's all shirted up, and I'm sitting in a Lonsdale t-shirt. He you know, what goes on? I don't understand. But we're going to play you a bit of Citizen Steve. So turn your speakers up, Graham, because you know this man lets us play his music.
Right. Well, I'm going to come off of this and I'm going to go back into YouTube and then go back onto Facebook as well.
Right, okay, mate. No problem at all.
I'm still here. Right. Bye-bye then.
See you later, brother. Thank you very much, Graham. Top man. Love you.
See you later.
Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. That, my friends, was Graham Moore. You might have seen him on RT News. They often call him in because he's a political commentator. Yes, he has his ideas. Yes, I have mine. We don't completely agree on everything. Hello?
Hello.
Who's that?
It's Laz.
Oh, Les. Oh. You know what? I really wanted a toilet break, but now that you're here, I might have to wee in a Coke bottle.
Yeah, you need to get like a Ziploc bag, cut the corner off.
Oh, I'm being given tips here on how to relieve my bladder. How are we doing, young man? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, mate. You go. Just go do your thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave you talking to the people. Is that all right? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is Lazarus, also known as somebody else, but I'm not going to give that secret away because this man needs the anonymous side of things. You know what? That's another word I could never say. Anonymity. Ah, yeah. Right, okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go for a quick toilet break. I'm going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Laz. An absolutely fantastic guy. Laz, I'll be back in 2 shakes of emptying my bag. Is that all right?
Oh, sack dropping.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that works.
All right, give me 2 minutes, mate. I'll be back. Talk to the people. They love you.
Yeah, just run. Just go.
I'm going.
Go. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. Great. Okay, now I can start. Let's see if I can find this. Right, let's find some gay porn or something that will completely destroy his fucking. No, I can't. Don't have any gay porn. Let's try something. Oh, something really contrived. Just really piss him off while he's away. No, I don't want to go near that. I need some ideas, people. I've got to try and find something that I can put up right now so that this whole thing just kind of disintegrates. Gay porn. No, can't find anything. Oh, fuck. Oh well. Hi guys. It's really cold left me on ledge when this was last to be fucking. Ooh, no, I can't do that thing. No, I'll tell you what, I don't know what you've got going on with this, but he's got to turn his fucking speakers down or something because I can keep hearing myself come back at me. I can hear him talking in the background actually. He's yappering. Facebook. Hey, Hitler.
Well, I'm back. What are you talking about? Don't. My ears have been burning.
That's all right. Fine. It's absolutely fine. I've not been promoting homosexual porn on your or anything like that.
Oh no, really? You've been showing photos of me again?
That didn't happen. I couldn't find anything, man.
No, I deleted them all. I've deleted them.
I keep coming back on myself. I keep hearing my voice echoing back.
Yeah, you probably would. That's Skype for you, mate. Sorry, that's my phone, isn't it? It's a shame. I think I've got you on Skype on a Les, surely.
No, it's phone.
Yeah, no, but I've got you on Skype, I'm saying, so maybe I should call you on on
Give it a
Skype.
go.
Sorry?
Yeah, you can give it a go, see what happens.
Well, let me just have a... I'm pressing on contacts here and it's not coming up with anything. Hang on a minute. What's going on? Cancel.
It's a conspiracy.
Oh, here we go. Hang on a minute. Where is he? Is your Skype? Oh, look, I've got him. Look. Nosti Ipsum. Probably makes no sense to you at all.
Nosti Ipsum. Whoever wrote that doesn't fucking understand Latin.
Listen, don't start talking Latin to me. You know what happens. Things. No Viagra needed. Right, listen, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut you off of this.
On that one. It's not good for me.
Listen, you are on Skype, yes?
Yeah, that's dangerous. 12:15.
Well, I've got you as Lazarus McDangerous. And the last call you... Right, okay, but that's you now. See what I'm going to do then. Let me cut the call. I'm going to play a quick tune. I'm going to plug that in. I'm going to call you back on Skype. Is that all right?
Yeah, it works for me.
Beautiful. Love you, brother. I'll speak to you in a second.
All right, catch you in a few.
Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Right, quick tune then, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to plug him back in and we'll get Skype on the go and have a little listen to Les. Please share the video. I know it's dropping down now. People are going out and doing what they're doing. We don't mind that, obviously. And as I say to you, we do talk about the subjects that nobody wants to talk about, and yes, people can misconstrue and call us all sorts of names, but these things need to be talked about, and we do talk about them. And this is what the Friday Night Rant Show, it was called the Rant Show, I thought it was a little bit too much probably, so it's now called Friday Night Live, but we certainly need to talk about the subjects that we do. So I'm going to play you a quick tune by Citizen Steve, because we have the right to play it, the copyright to play it. I've been kicked off of Facebook so many times, we've got so many bans, because we've played other tunes over copyright issues. They cut you off and won't post your videos and ban you and do all sorts. Facebook, be aware. Citizen Steve, we have the rights to play this man's music. So with no further ado, I'm going to play this one for you, and it's called Revolution 2015.
Mr. Cameron said things ain't that bleak, but he ain't got to live on 50 quid a week. Now old Nick Clegg, he's a two-faced sod. He shot dead all the students just to get his job. Now Ian Duncan Smith won't make the MPs moan. He's collected veteran tax so they can buy a second home. You can't afford the bills, you can't afford the rent, but your MP's pay's going up 11%. Dave's got a rival, a pillock of a man, a 24-carat moron called Ed Miliband. He wants you to vote for Labour, he said they're gonna win, but he bankrupted the country last time he was in. Now tell me, friend, are you red or blue? It makes sod all difference to you. This country's on its knees, it's a fact. Don't you think it's time we went and got it back? Revolution. And closet paedophiles. They're Tony Blair's gone crawling underneath a stone, cause the Chilcot report won't leave the bugger alone. They're taking a mickey, it's a fact. So vote for something different if you want your country back. You gotta go and vote, you know the score. Let's kick their useless asses out of Westminster door. Revolution. Revolution.
a minute, lads. Let the tune finish and I'll ring you back. Give us a minute, I'll ring you back.
It makes me mad, it makes me die. Why did my old granddad's generation cry? There's only one thing I got left to say. I wish Guy Fawkes was alive today.
Grace.
Communism is like prohibition. It's a good idea, but it won't work.
It's economic policy. We're abandoned Cameron. It's like choosing between your own country and another country, isn't it? Are you listening, Dave? I'd sooner vote for Robert Mugabe.
That was bad.
This is not your little sister's radio station. If you're easily offended, turn it off now.
There we are.
Oh, that's much better. How you doing, lads?
Just not bad, my friend. Not bad.
Right, have you been listening this evening so far?
Yeah, bits and pieces. I've caught up with the end of it because it's been difficult trying to find an internet link to the YouTube feed.
Oh right, okay.
You might want to try and figure out, because without a direct link, people are lazy. They just want to tap on a fucking blued out link or an underlying link or something. They just want to tap on something.
Yeah, I didn't actually sort that. What I did was just went live on Facebook and on YouTube, because I've now got fibre optic Max apparently, which is absolutely great. I didn't put a link out for that in the hope that people might find it on the subscribe, etc., and maybe share it themselves. I'm not being funny. If you're one man in the studio trying to keep up with all the messages, so many comments
it's difficult.
It really is. So
really difficult.
My apologies for not putting the link out for YouTube, but you've only got to put Motivate Britain News into YouTube and you will find that. Much better picture, by the way, and a much wider angle of the whole studio and what we do. Facebook's been absolutely brilliant tonight.
See your beautiful mug.
I was don't please. I was called Popeye today. The Silver Fox. If you don't like grey, then call it Chrome. With a beard. Father Christmas, all sorts. But today more than anything.
I tell you what. I saw you on the Marine A feed earlier on today, and it has to be said, dude, I'm used to you being a little more cleanly shaven. That sort of sandpaper kind of. I don't know. It feels kind of scratchy. It's not.
How would you know that it feels scratchy? Listen, don't go into that. Don't answer that. But listen, in London today.
Because when we last met up at the priest house.
Yep.
And you were, and I'm sort of standing there, and I'm sort of standing between you and Chi, and I'm sort of trying to lift myself up on my tiptoes because I'm surrounded by tall fuckers, and it's like, holy crap, what the hell's going on? I'm like 6 foot, and these two fucking giants are standing next to me, and it's like, right, okay, look tall, look tall.
You know what? Comments in the chat room in a minute are blue rinse. I like the beard. Listen, I was in disguise today, but the thing being, I can shave that off and it takes 10 years off me, apparently.
Out for it was for disguise, so you weren't recognised because you now have beard.
Well, I was hoping so.
Right.
Yeah. Apparently my name's Philip Schofield now. Terrible. I'm going to have a shot.
What Robinson needs to do, he needs to grow a fucking beard. He needs to go full on fucking Allahu snack bar and grow a beard.
Can I just say to you? Can I just say? Obviously, we I think everybody that's listening probably at the moment on the chat room on Motivate. Let me just have a little check to make sure we're okay still. Maybe turn the sound. Oh, didn't turn the mic on. I do apologise. So we're going out on Facebook and YouTube, but not. Thank you very much. Well, good job. I checked then. I do apologise. But this is Les. We were talking about my beard. What we'll say to you is that there's been a lot of division throughout probably the what we perceive as being the people with different ideas over what goes on. We're all called certain sorts of names.
Do you want to know what the fundamental difference is? Do you want to know what the fundamental sort of division, if you like, is with the quote unquote right?
Yeah.
It's a border. It's a remote border. And it's the border between and the morals that are sort of congruent with that. It's the border between Palestine and what do they call it these days? It's not Judea anymore. It's I've been buried in my books for too long. I can't remember what they call it.
It's gone. It's all over before it started.
It's vanished. I've lost it. I've completely lost my train of thought. No, the train of thought's still there. I just can't remember the name of the fucking.
Well, if I can just say, today at the supposed sentencing of Marine A.
Oh, the Marine, yeah.
It was honest. You know what? I think everyone down there, the atmosphere was incredible. With all the Green Berets, all the Marines.
But this is the stupid. Right, okay. When you're dealing with the courts of law, quote unquote, you're dealing with ideology.
Yep.
This is the fundamental problem with the courts of law, is that you're dealing with ideology. The only people that will ever be employed by the state into the courts of law are people who are going to fundamentally agree with their ideology, punish those who don't agree, and release those who do. So you couple that with geopolitics, and you've got a big fucking problem when it comes to Marine A. The issue with Marine A is that everybody within the Western state, there's this sort of, everybody has kind of agreed that yes, we will abide by the restrictions that are laid down within the Geneva Convention, and we're going to follow those guidelines. So we all stand in neat rows and we have the same uniform and we're all patrolling in the same colours with the same weapons in the same rows and lines, and everything's neat and tidy and polished boots.
In a box.
You apply the Geneva Convention to that and it's brilliant. It's perfect. It works wonderfully. You're dealing with medieval chivalry at this point. Okay? That's the way that it works. That's how warfare is conducted. We all march together against a common enemy. The common enemy marches together towards us, and we all meet on the battlefield. We exchange shots, and whoever has the most men standing at the end of the day, they're the victor.
Yep.
That's how the Geneva Convention sort of works. You apply that to the Middle East, and they don't know what the fuck the Geneva Convention is. They don't understand it. They don't. They've never read it. They haven't. How many people that are listening to this have actually read the Geneva Convention?
Probably not a lot less, I would have thought.
But this is the point. So how many people do you think in the Middle East have actually read and are abiding by the Geneva Convention?
Or the Quran.
But the vast majority of people in these regions are completely illiterate in their own language.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. So you have one side that is constricted by a set number of particular laws and rules of combat, which have been set down by a number of different people who, from their culture, have realised that these are the things that we have to do based on historical precedent that create the war zone, and therefore this is what we consider to be the right way of committing war. On the other side, you've got, oh, we don't have any rules. We don't have any way of restricting anything. There's no restriction on us. Holy shit, let's just dig a hole in a road and plant a bomb. Off we go. Doesn't matter. None of it matters to them. Nothing matters to them. They can do whatever the fuck they like because supremacy. That's it.
Supremacy, great word.
Whatever the fuck they like because supremacy. We, on the other side of the coin, are, right, okay, the chivalric code, the warrior code, the Geneva Convention, the way of doing things, this is how we do stuff, let's group together, this is the way that everything is done. We're restricted. Well, what happens then? You get someone who has no idea of law. I mean, we're looking at 2001: A Space Odyssey. Okay, at the beginning you've got the chimpanzees who are basically using bones to beat the shit out of stone to create the first stone tool, if you like. There's no comprehension of law, of morals, or decency, or chivalry, or culture, or that. But none of that is there. None of it's there. There's nothing. You take a blank canvas and a backpack full of dynamite versus a group of people who've been told this is what you can do, this is what you can't do, this is what... So you've got a group of people who are restricted and a group of people who are free to do whatever the fuck they want.
And who's restricted those people? That's you know, I think the point should be really that we have sent people into other countries to destabilise, Les. I mean, we do know that. That's gone on. Destabilise those countries. But there's rules you must abide by. You know, that's like me saying to you, Les, me and you are going to have a fight. But please take those winkle pickers off, because if you kick me in the face, it's going to hurt me. You know, there's rules of engagement. You can't fire upon unless you're fired upon first. These are terrorists. And I'm just going to take us back to the Shawn Mendes that ran down onto the tube that day. Sorry, mate, 2 seconds.
This is one of the things that really annoys me.
Yep.
You can't fire unless you're fired upon first. Okay, so you can be shot. Great, thanks. I can be shot. I could return fire. How the fuck am I supposed to return fire when I'm lying on my back with my brain splayed across the back wall of the building that I'm trying to hide in?
Thank you very much. And those are the rules of engagement, are they not?
And that is what's crippling everybody. That's what's crippling people.
Is that the PC Brigade, the Human Rights Brigade? What is that says that? I know it's the Geneva Convention, but who put that into place? United Nations? What was it? An agreement between certain countries that if we go to war again, we must be fired upon first. Listen, it comes down to the same thing, Les. If I was to fight you or fight somebody else, and I actually said, you know what, could you take your shoes off because you've got big steel toe caps on? You might hurt my head. Would you take them boots off? Of course you wouldn't. You want to win the fight. I mean, what are we doing exactly in this country and other countries around the world where we must abide by these stupid fucking rules?
Everybody is looking for an advantage. The reality of it is that we're constrained by a set of rules. Everybody else is like, I don't give a fuck.
You see?
They don't give a fuck. You are dealing with... okay, let's take it to what I would roughly term as the Tarzan Code. Okay? The Tarzan Code is the code of the jungle. It's learn from nature, learn from reality, learn from what's around you, learn from what's going on, and just do whatever the fuck you can to A, survive, B, win. Well, if you're going to do whatever you can to A, survive, and B, win, do you want some bureaucrat coming in and with a tick sheet saying, no, well, you can't do that because it doesn't look good on national television, and you can't really do this because it's not really... Well,
look, it's almost as ridiculous as a time and motion study.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
But this is the thing that the courts don't realise. Lawyers, politicians, bureaucrats, etc.
Liars, politics, and bureaucrats. Sorry about the word, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're given a certain viewpoint on life and a certain structure, and everything that they do has to be structured, and it has to be structured around a particular philosophy that they are taught and that they are given, and that it's not theirs. They are no longer them anymore. They've got to follow this sort of civic, if you like. This is one of the problems with Roman law. It comes down to this concept of civics. You were talking to Graham earlier on, and he was dealing with the concept of civic nationalism as far as Trump is concerned.
And us. Yep.
Yeah, but you again, you're revolving around the Roman concept at that point in time.
But that's what we know, Les. You know.
Well, a lot of people do. A lot of people do, I will admit that. My family history is somewhere in the region of 9,500 years old, so to me, Rome is like oh look, there's some people over there who are wearing togas, and they've gone. It's a blip in history. From my perspective, Rome is a blip in history. Well, what the fuck are you doing? You're coming into my country and doing what to me now? No, fuck off, and they're gone. There we go. Relax. Next thing you know, you've got the Saxons. Next thing you know, you've got... But but that sort of thing is... Okay. The tribal aspect, my tribal perspective on things is entirely different to the nationalist aspect on things, which is entirely different to the civic nationalist aspect on things, which is completely different to the globalist aspect on things.
Of course, yep.
When you start to try to filter through from the global through to the national through to the tribal, you'll see a layer of ethics on the top layer, and then you'll find another layer of ethics below that, and another layer of ethics below that. And this is one of the things that's going on as far as the right is concerned.
By ethics, you're talking about rules.
Well, ethics is insofar as what you think is good and what you think is bad. And that all stems from who tells the story.
Ah, now you're getting to the point. Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So, if everybody, people on the right, and this is one of the number one favourite weapon of the left for people who are on the right is concerned, is to call people Nazis. Well, okay, telling an Englishman that he's a German socialist is
fucking laughable, to say the least, Les.
But the next one that they like to pull is the Israel versus Palestine trick.
Oh, yep, here we go. Go on.
Well, Israel versus Palestine. Okay, but I've got to travel through France and Germany, down through Italy, across, then catch a ferry and go across the Mediterranean, get into the top of Egypt, travel down through Cairo, run across to... It's got nothing to fucking do with anything that's going on here. Nothing.
You see.
The Jews versus the Muslims. Okay, great. They've got this big fucking war that's going on between... I'm not a Jew and I'm not a Muslim. What the fuck has it got to do with me?
Yes, you
Nothing
see.
to do with me.
No.
You can ideologically, because you are... Okay, the Christian ideology points to the principle that Israel is something to do with the Bible, therefore we have to have allegiance with that. Oh, no, because we're not Semitic people. Semitic people are a different bunch of people. They're separate, it's remote, they're all a bunch of southern Russians who decided to convert to a certain religion and decide that an ancestral homeland that belonged to somebody else in the first place now belongs to them, and therefore they're going to move in there. What? No. Nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing to do with me. Balfour Declaration, great. Okay, so some dude down in London wrote down on a piece of paper that he thinks that, yes, great, all these southern Russian converts to a certain religion are now able to jump on boats and go to the fucking far eastern Mediterranean, and just loads and loads and loads of them pour in. Loads of them pour in. Off you go. Loads of them pour in. The left then starts screaming that Israel is imposing on Palestine. Brilliant. Okay, so you're saying that lots and lots of people from southern Russia moving into fucking the Middle East is a genocide on the Palestinian people, but people from Africa and the Middle East moving into Britain is not a genocide on us. Which way up do you want to flip this fucking coin?
Right, okay. Now, what did you say, probably about a year and something ago? How much diversity do the tribes of Papua New Guinea need? How much immigration do the tribes of Papua New Guinea need?
But this is the thing. 100% diversity is a nil native population.
There you go. So we are dealing with, really, if we're going to carry on this certain path, to be replaced. We are being replaced.
Here's the interesting thing. This is the interesting point. European people, when they colonised the United States, had the decency to set up reservations for the native people of America. So you have Native American states within the US. Okay? These are separate nations. One of the problems that they've got is that they've got people in there who are telling them that the federal government has anything to do with anything that's to do with within their boundaries. And they don't, because they are separate nations. The same as Washington, D.C. is a separate nation, the same as London, the city. Not London Greater, but the square mile is a separate entity.
It's the Corporation of London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the stupid part about it is that European people who went over there had the decency to let these people have these enclaves for themselves. And aren't we doing the same thing here now? We're letting these people have these enclaves for themselves. The problem is that these people will not let us have an enclave for ourselves. At that point, if an Englishman, be him a Breton, a Pradanic, a Norman, a Saxon, Cymraeg, whatever, if they were to say, whoa, hang on, right, okay, with this region, something like Birmingham or London or Leicester or Rotherham is being ethnically cleansed.
Good words.
There are no Rotherhamians left in Rotherham. There are no Leicesterians left in Leicester. There are no Brummies left in Birmingham. Let's face it, the Cockneys have already been run out of the East End of London. They've been ethnically cleansed.
Yep.
So do the people there now advocate for a region to be set up for the Cockneys as a reservation?
Ah. Yes, you see.
It doesn't happen.
No,
they
no.
don't have that sort of mentality. The vast majority of people that this is one of the problems, if you like, with Western civilization, is that we've developed this idea that, and it's a universalism, and this is something again that comes from this Catholicism.
Collectivism.
Why? Well, Catholicism, collectivism, they're fairly well intertwined. Socialism is part of Catholicism, and Catholicism has a connection with socialism. Socialism has a connection with communism, and it's all groupthink. It's all, let's get all of these people together and let's create an ism or an ist or a, whatever.
Yeah.
If you're up in front of a court, okay, because the entire idea of, we're going back to 1215 and to Magna Carta now.
Yeah.
This is something that we've always done. If somebody is guilty of something, then we have to prove them to be guilty of something. The individual has to be proved to be guilty of something. Him, right there, in front of you, in the dock, he is guilty of this. Is he not? Let's find out whether he's guilty or not.
Of loss, harm or injury.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a very deep-rooted, very early pagan thing that the British people have always had.
Yeah.
You couldn't have had anybody else other than a Breton write the Magna Carta because it wouldn't have made sense to anybody else.
Can you just reiterate on that? A Briton.
A Briton in insofar as he's not a dirty fucking Saxon like you.
Easy. I found that highly offensive, and I now must find a safe space. And I've been triggered. I've been triggered.
But not Saxon, not North, not. You're dealing with it, and if you actually go into the genetic record, the vast majority of people in this country are still vastly. You're dealing with up until the 1960s. You're talking 98% of the people in this country are actually Britons, not Normans or Saxons. As it stands at the moment, in the current population, genetically speaking, Saxons only account for 6% of the British population. Yet we have supposedly an Anglo-Saxon history. Well, 6% doesn't necessarily classify as an Anglo-Saxon history. You're basically deleting 94% of the people's history, wiping it out and replacing it with that 6%. And the only reason that you're able to replace it with that 6% is because that 6% were the people who were in charge.
And now we get to the nitty-gritty of the problem.
The people who were educated at that point in time and all that sort of thing, and the complications, sort of spiral from that. But when you start to deal with ideas and concepts at a higher level, shall we say, when you're dealing with ideas aren't genetically linked. Morals are a genetic thing, because ultimately a parent will pass down to their child what is good, what is right, what is wrong, blah blah blah.
That's also culture as well, obviously.
Oh, massively.
Yeah.
Massively. But culture is a morality. Okay? Culture is what's right, what's wrong.
Yep.
Politics are a result of those morals.
And of the culture and the heritage and the history, it's been built to be as such.
Yes. Politics are downstream from morals. Morals are downstream from culture. Culture is downstream from people.
Okay.
And that's the way that these things hinge. That's where it comes from. That's how it works. Historically, this is, it's set out. This is the entire concept. If you want, you could go as far as to say that nativism and tribalism is a fundamental principle, because you go through the 1688-89 Bill of Rights, insofar as Henry VIII had broken away from the Catholic Church and said, no, you know what, we're an island nation, we're not part of Europe, Brexit, and let's get rid of all the fucking Catholics, blah, 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 and all the way through from Henry VIII up to the 1688-89 Bill of Rights, all these fucking Europeans can go do one, and we have our own way of doing things, our own way of, our own sort of culture, morals, way of doing things, and who we actually respect, who we don't, blah, blah, blah. And with the 1688-1689 English Bill of Rights,
yep,
the Protestants are allowed to have free access to weapons, but the Catholics aren't. Because the Catholics are essentially the EU, And the Protestants are essentially the British Isles, who've always had this separate kind of way of doing things, and we've always been a bottom-up society rather than a top-down society. And this is the way that things are done. And you can see it even now with the way that things have been going on in the news recently with this whole, all the challenges to Brexit have been coming from people with a foreign background.
Ah, yes, funny. Gina Miller. Oh, yes.
Yes, but she is from a culture that has a top-down governmental system. The British people have a bottom-up governmental system. It's completely flipped.
Yeah.
She's operating on a cultural inheritance on and understanding of fundamental Roman law, which is the concept of authority. And authority is the people at the top.
Yeah.
Whereas the British way of doing things has always been, since time immemorial, has always been the people at the bottom shout up.
Yeah.
If you look at the Gundestrup burials, if you look at the Bogmen, they've all suffered this sort of triple death and one thing and another. It's because during the pagan times, the one thing that we did was we had all these different tribal chiefs, and if they created or committed treason or did something wrong or operated against our interests, they were nobbled off, killed, throat slit, strung up, whatever the fuck you want, and cast aside, got out of the way. The people at the bottom always rose up and flung off the people at the top if they didn't do what we wanted. You've only got to go across into France, and you've now got a top-down situation, top-down scenario. And because they never got rid. You see, this is one of the big disconnects. We had Alfred the Great. Now, I'm not a big fan of the Saxons, never have been, but Alfred the Great was one of the people who was pressured by people outside him, by the Britons beyond him, because he was still considered at the time to be some filthy invader.
Tyrant, yeah.
But he said, right, okay, well, look, I don't understand your ways, I don't understand your culture, I don't understand how you do things here, so what I'll do is I'll start a thing called the common law. Basically, I will discover from the people what the law is rather than dictate it myself.
Yeah.
Because if I don't do that, then I'm looking to end up with the vast majority of the people in this country turning against me, and they're going to... Basically, I need to do what I'm told rather than tell them what they need to do. This is what gave rise to the whole sort of... You run this further down the line into the 1700s and you end up with the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. It's the right to bear arms. It all comes from the Say Acts. It all comes from the principle of the people who... Everybody has the right to self-defense. They all have the right to be who they are and be this group of people. This is one of the things. People don't understand that the fundamental roots of the laws in this country are actually based on the principle that we were invaded and taken over. They're not some kind of supremacist thing whereby we know what we're doing, therefore you must. No, it's all from, hang on a second, you're now intruding on our territory and you're trying to tell us what to do, and no, we're not going to put up with it. These are what we consider to be laws, and you need to go the fuck away and think about what you're doing and leave us to our own devices, because you're trying to introduce a foreign ideology, and it's just not something that we're going to understand. It's not something we're going to respect. It's not something that we're going to deal with. So you've now got to deal with our way of doing things. You've got to integrate into our way of life.
And can you see evidence of that at the moment?
Fuck no.
Fuck no. And I like the way you said that. Would you mind if I called Graham in? Would you like a little chat with myself and Graham?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Right, fuck yeah. You know what? I love the way he said, just don't talk Latin, Les, because the missus is going to get it tonight if that happens. And I don't want to be... No, don't do it. I'm known to be partial to a bit of Latin. Right, okay, let me just let me get Graham in here as well then.
Fuck dirty Saxon bastard.
Talk dirty to me, Les. I love it.
Go.
Right, okay. Graham, you there?
Got him.
Hang on a minute. One of two on this call. I think I must press a button, maybe. Is he there? Graham? Maybe he's answering. Give him a second. You know, there are so many. You know, I've never ever been like a one-trick pony. I don't just talk about Islam. I talk about what we can do to solve the problems within Islam, maybe, or solve the problems in our own country.
But,
you know,
the thing is, when people dealing with Islam, okay, the tendency of people is to automatically impose upon these people. It's universalism again. And universalism, this concept of universalism, is one of the things that Catholicism brought to us, is that our ideas are universal, our God is universal, our way of doing things is universal, our morality is universal, our way of thinking is universal. Whatever we do, we need to send missionaries out into every corner of the world, and everybody must now bow down to our God because our way of doing things is the best way of doing things. No. No. When you start to look at other, not so much as other religions, more the British way of thinking, the British way of doing things, the British ideal and our sort of viewpoint on things, if you like. We have a tendency to do daft things, like wishing wells are a perfect example. We'll quite happily go through our pockets when we come to a wishing well or a pond that's recognised as a wishing well. We'll go through our pockets and we'll fish out the 2p's and the 1p's. And it's not because we're cheapskates. This is one of the things that goes through people's minds, and I actually found this really interesting. It's not because we're getting rid of our pocket change and the 1p's and the 2p's. It's because the bronze and the copper that are in those coins, that's what you're flicking into the pond or into the well. And bronze weapons and copper weapons are the one thing that are always found in these watery bogs. Go do the research yourself. The bronze and the copper weapons are the things that are always found in the bottoms of these springs and these wells and these different... So it's not because they're the lower worth coins. That's only part of it. It's not just a case of, jettison the shrapnel from a pocket and fling it into this wishing well. If I really want this wish to work, I'll throw in a 5p or a 10p because it's silver. It's worth that little bit more. but you don't tend to find iron and silver objects in there. It always tends to be the copper, which tells me that during the Bronze Age, that when the Iron Age started, the iron weapons weren't cast in there. It was still the bronze ones. It was still the copper ones. And the bronze and the copper are very yellow, rather than the silver sort of moon colour. You're still dealing with sun gods, essentially.
Yeah.
So when people are flicking these copper coins into these wells and into these wishing wells and one thing and another, they're doing something that's been done in this country for the better part of, as far as I've been able to reckon, 6,500 years. Consider that for a minute.
Yeah.
You are committing metals the colour of the sun into the water to pass them through into the other world in order for the other world to grant you wishes. Something that's been going on for the past 6,500 years.
Religion.
But somehow that's a Christian thing to do?
Yeah, religion. Can I just ask you, Graham, are you there? Graham? He's not there. Oh, I've pressed the plus thing, and maybe he's he actually says that he's added already. Look.
He's probably done what I did not so long ago. He's sort of leant down on the kitchen table and.
Oi, you know what? We've all done that, Les, and you know what? It becomes something. Yeah, well, you
everybody needs their sleep, eh? Yeah.
Especially after some red wine, apparently. But we won't go into that. You know, listen, I'm gonna ask your thoughts at the moment. We were talking earlier. Went off on a bit of a tangent there. You know, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. But we are led to believe that there is such a thing as a moderate Muslim. Now, I try to explain that away. Well, no, listen, I try to explain that away that I am apparently living in a Christian country. I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible. So apparently I'm a moderate Christian. And I take myself as being a Christian. When I go to court, I put my hand on the Bible, I swear on the Bible. Land is born of Pago Christian, Judeo-Christian, Christian laws, whatever. So I believe myself to be Christian, but I'm not actually a Christian. I'm not a practicing Orthodox Christian. Now, the difference that we can perceive at the moment, that we see, is that these people that perceive themselves to be Muslims are actually nothing of the sort. They've never read the books. They've never read the trilogy of the Quran, the Hadith, and the Surah. They certainly can't even probably speak their language, let alone write and read it. And these people are coming from other countries with an idea, much like what you were saying just now, with like a cultural idea of what Islam is. And we're letting these people flood into the West with this new idea of what Islam is, when we've already got Muslims here that live by the Islam that they've accepted to be maybe like a Western, watered down Islamic view. And all the while we're putting these people into our countries for them to spread their Eastern values, that will now only surely radicalise others. And certainly what I would say to you is, over Westminster, 52 years old, a black man that converted. You know, I mean, how far does this go, really?
Here's what happens. This is what happens. We live in the internet age. Right? You're talking about the guy who came up with the printing press stabbing a piece of paper into the front door of a church somewhere in Germany and blah blah blah. Right? You're dealing with a new renaissance, if you like, that's been brought about by the invention of the internet. The exchange of ideas has now become a global thing. This exchange of ideas now being a global thing, the only thing that it is doing when you start to deal with politics, when you start to deal with religion, when you start to deal with ideas, when you start to deal with traditions, because politics and religions are all traditions, and they're all something that is deeply rooted within specific tribes of people. You can have converts, sure, between one group and another. You will always have converts between the groups. As far as ideas are concerned, the genetic background of those people will always be what they are. And there is the concept of genetic memory, which will always tend to cause people to look towards their own roots. When you're dealing with something as complex as the sort of genetic memory versus the cultural memory versus the nurture versus nature and all that kind of thing, what generally tends to happen is you have the 3-generational issue. The number 3 comes up all the time in these things. The first generation of people that come over here to escape their home countries and one thing or another, you're taking the intelligent people out of that country and dooming that country to failure. So while that country is now failing, those people come here and we sit here screaming about how diversity is a strength, while they promote ideas that are completely different to ours and create division. So division apparently has now become our strength rather than any kind of unity. Well, yeah, great, good for you. In the meantime, we've taken away from that country their best people because they're able to earn a better wage and have a better standard of life over here. Well, yeah, great. That country is now collapsing. So we then come along with our quote-unquote Christian ideals of helping everybody, and we pump shitloads of food out of our own pocket into that country. The farmer in that country cannot economically compete with free food, so all the farms shut down, and the next thing you know, in the third world, you've got starvation. Well, in the meantime, the guy who came over here in the first place, his child then starts to think, well, hang on, this isn't my culture, this isn't my people, this isn't my thing, this isn't where I'm from, I need to think how they think, and starts to look at the traditions and the religions and the way that his own people tend to do things, and then finds that they're all struggling and desperate and in really dire need. So he starts promoting this idea of, let's destroy the farmer in my home country.
Can I just ask, sorry, Graham? Graham?
You there?
No, he's not.
No.
I don't know how to do it then, mate. I've got a phone down symbol, I've got a plus symbol, I've tried adding him, it says he's on the call. I think he's gone to sleep. I think he's done a U.
Hey, Graham, that's my job.
You know, I've got to say to you, with the history and the knowledge that you have, it way surpasses anything I know, obviously. And other people don't understand it to the point where they say, well, because we don't understand.
But I try to break it down. I do my best to try and break it down.
I know that.
But this is one of the problems with all this aid to Africa stuff. Look how good I am. Look how loving I am, and look how virtuous I am, and look how charitable I am. I'm sending all this food and all these clothes and all these shoes to all these people who are so needy in Africa. Well, number one, the people in Africa have a completely different tradition. So their idea of footwear and their idea of clothing is completely different.
But if you replace that with charity, how can these people make a living within their communities? Because they can't sell something because you've given a charitable donation. You know, not a charitable donation. You know, you've given them some charity. You've sent clothes and T-shirts and all the stuff. These people now have new clothes to wear, and the man's sitting down there in a hut somewhere or whatever goes on, and he's making T-shirts to sell to the people to bring food for himself and supply for his family. Has now been taken away. Hence the reason that our foreign aid bill is so high, because we keep giving all this stuff to these people, and these people now can't survive because they can't sell to the same people they used to because they've got free goods.
Yep.
Charity. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Charity should begin at home, as far as I'm concerned.
Destroying their economy. It's completely destroying it. But this is the interesting thing. The people who are spending the money on that, and the people who are sending all these goods, they then come on national TV and say, look how good I am. I'm saving all these people from starvation and from the cold and from the wet. Oh, okay, but those people were actually operating quite happily until you did that. And now we've got mass starvation, we've got a clothing shortage, we have this, we have that, we have the other. Because the farmers and the weavers that were there beforehand weren't able to compete with free stuff from the West.
You know, we could expand.
The problem, people are creating a problem in order for them to feel good.
The virtue signalers. Right, listen, we can also say the same probably.
Do something about these fucking people because they are absolutely fucking men. No,
would you agree? Would you agree at the
They're
moment?
not men.
Would you agree at the moment? South Africa, during apartheid, everyone had food. Now, I don't condone it. I'm just saying this is fact. Whilst apartheid was going on, and apparently the whites were in control, they were growing food, they were selling the food.
I know where you're going with this.
Right.
Right. Look at Zimbabwe.
Go on.
Zimbabwe, as it stands, Zimbabwe has gone through a massive fuck up.
And why is that?
They have had massive inflation. They've gone through huge amounts of debt deficit, one thing and another. Okay, they've ended up with a central bank in there, which hasn't done them any fucking good at all.
Never does, does it?
No, never does. But they've ended up with this massive inflation scenario, and they've gone from being the breadbasket of Africa to total impoverishment, complete corruption, and now Zimbabwe are trying to and are screaming at the white people and telling them, oh, come back here and you can have your lands back, and we need the white farmer back here again because you have your way of doing things has saved us. You go to the eastern, sorry, not the eastern, the western coast of Africa, the Ivory Coast, and you go along there and there's these big buildings and everything's green and lush, and you travel across a border and everything turns into a fucking ghetto. And when you ask the people in the fucking ghetto why the place looks like a fucking ghetto, and they say, well, that's easy, we weren't occupied by the French. The ideas and but I don't see a problem. This is the stupid thing. I don't see a problem with wanting to be able to live with nature in a mud fucking hut. I don't see that as being a bad thing. Whereas the vast majority of people here are, no, everyone has to have an internet connection and live in a concrete skyrise. No, I don't want that.
Do you know how many millions we've sent abroad so far? Do you know how many millions we've sent abroad so far for water? With an actual fact, Akon, lonely, Akon has done more for fresh water than we've done with our charitable donations since he became famous and started giving money to his own people in their countries. You know, that just goes to show you something about charitable donations and where it goes and who takes that money.
The concept, right, okay, philosophically, the concept of charitable donations is, I set up a charity, I show you lots of pictures of starving children, you send me £100,000 for starving children, I send a tenner to Africa.
Yep, that's about the size of it, brother.
That's how it works.
I know. Kevin Waldron's in saying Davey looks confused.
As far as charity is concerned. And that tenner that has gone to Africa has paid for something that has caused another business in Africa to go out of business because they can't compete with free.
Thank you very much. We've said it many a time, Les. Many a time. You know.
But I'm fed up with repeating this. It's not. This isn't hard to work out. But people are too busy going, oh, look how good I am. Look how wonderful I am. I'm so good. I'm going to show this to my neighbours. I'm going to flag it all over Facebook. Look, I sent an entire carrier bag of clothes to Africa. Yeah, fucker, what the hell? All you've done is just sent a picture to everybody who actually fundamentally understands this shit.
Right, okay.
What you've done is said, yay, I've just destroyed a week's work of a seamstress in Africa.
Right, okay, here's the difference. Right, here's the difference.
Stop.
Here's the difference, Les. 2 seconds, mate, sorry. Here's the difference. If I saw somebody on the street that needed a cup of coffee, and I've done it, certainly in Herne Bay, homeless people, I had to walk past a couple of days. I only had a credit card on me. There was no money on it, and I couldn't give them anything. I said, sorry, brother, I've got nothing for you. But I would never, ever think about filming myself giving something to somebody. I would just go, yeah, mate, have a couple of quid and walk away, knowing that if I can help someone, I will. These other people think that they have to video themselves to make themselves be a better person than they are, because now apparently it's on video. Take a photograph. You know, we talked to Archie. Do you remember Archie on YouTube?
It's pure vanity.
Well, they're vanity. What a great word. Vanity. What a great word.
It's insane. Do you know what? I went down to Reading a couple of years ago. Because I don't travel too far. I live in my bunker up here in the sort of
the Outer Hebrides.
No, National Forest. I'm in the middle. I'm right in the fucking middle. I live in my little bunker in the National Forest. And at one point a couple of years ago, I ended up having to go down to Reading. And there was a kid who was living on the streets. And I was there for a couple of weeks on business, stopping in a hotel. First night I went out, and I saw this kid, and I'm thinking, fucking hell, he looks a bit rough. So I did what everybody else does, and I sort of I crossed the street and ignored him.
Thank you, Penny. Sorry, listen, I think the video's going to run out in about 3 minutes on Facebook. I'll probably...
Hurry up, then.
Hurry up. What, you? Really? I'm only joking.
I'm very wordy. I tend to waffle.
You know what? It's a shame. You know, you get certain people say certain things like I'm not going to go into that, but you know, it's a shame people don't listen, because history of what we were that has made us become what we are, and history is a major integral part of what we believe ourselves to be in this society, and people don't want to listen to history. And we do go off on a tangent, as you know that, but you talk about things that mean something within our common law, within our judicial system. You know, you can equate most of what you say.
History tends to be censored, or it tends to be promoted on one side and not on the other. You look at the concept of law, okay? The concept of Roman law in 1138 was banned by the House of Lords. It was banned. But we operate on it completely these days. Vicarius went through he did what the left always does. He went through the educational institutions and taught everybody Roman law, the concept of authority and all that sort of thing. This is something that was at the same time banned by the House of Lords. So there is no concept of authority. And the concept of authority by anybody, by any standards, or anybody who understands philosophy, it's argumentum ad verecundium. The argument from authority. It's not just saying that you're better than me isn't an argument. There's these, but that is something that's been completely edited out for the last 1,000 years of our history, to shut people up and tell them I'm in charge. No, you're in charge of your own fucking life. You don't have to listen to everybody else. You don't have to do what everyone else tells you. You don't even have to follow what the fucking government tells you. The government is basically just a bunch of people in fucking shirts and ties in a different building than the one that you're fucking sitting in. The only reason that they're there is because a huge number of people agree with them. The only reason that a huge number of people agree with them is because they've actually stood up, spoke out, and said what they fucking believe to be true.
Wow.
That's it.
Lassie's on a rant.
For you.
Lassie's on a rant.
But democracy is... This is democracy. Democracy is demographics. Democracy is demographics. That's the be-all and end-all of it. People who have... Any group of people who have a common language, a common genetic heritage, a common structure, a common belief in... The argument between the fucking royalists and the parliamentarians during the last civil war, the royalists lost because there were more parliamentarians. That's how it works. That's your fucking future. If you want to be a royalist fucking future, then the royalists have got to stand up. If you want to have a parliamentarian future, then the parliamentarians have got to stand up. If the British people want to have a British future, then the British people have got to stand up. And it's not going to be against things like fucking democracy versus royalism versus republicanism. It's going to be British people versus the rest of the fucking world. And you want to know something? We are the country, and I'm paraphrasing here from something that came up on my timeline earlier on, but we are the country who stood up solely against the German socialists who sent their Luftwaffe over our country and bombed the shit out of us. And anybody who thinks that they can take us down, anybody who thinks that they can destroy the British spirit, we're not part of Europe. We're of Europe, but we're not part of it.
Well, great words from Winston Churchill.
Anybody on the other side of that channel who thinks that they can do us harm, and beyond.
Well,
they're going to have another thing coming because things are changing.
Well, listen, we've
changing hard.
We're seeing the sway, Les. You know, I mean, it's a shame about Geert Wilders, but you know, I do believe at the moment that was
the pendulum of politics.
Well, it was as far as I can see, it was a stitch up. Okay, now I must say,
doesn't matter.
Well, listen.
This is again, it doesn't matter. It matters about as much as Israel versus Palestine. It's over there. It's got nothing to do with us. It's over there. And this isn't a case of xenophobia. It's a case of, I'm not fucking involved. And why the fuck should you involve me? It's nothing to do with me. They have to work it out for themselves. I'm sorry?
No. Oh, listen, don't. Oh, what? Don't ever.
Dying on both sides of that line. And yes, it isn't good. It's not great. And there are all sorts of problems with it. But there are ideological issues between a bunch of southern Russian immigrants that have landed on the coast there and the people who were there originally. So you are now looking at diversity in action. That is what Israel and Palestine is. It's diversity in action. Okay? You want fucking diversity and this cult of diversity and multiculturalism? That's what fucking Israel and Palestine is. That's what's going on over there. But that's over there. I'm a Breton. I have suffered, shall we like. I have suffered the Saxon invasion. I have suffered the Viking invasion. I have suffered the Norman invasion. And yes, we've taken it and we've kind of put it all together and we've produced this thing called Parliament, which is a result of invasion, and sort of decided, well, maybe we need to talk about these things rather than pull a fucking weapon out and stab or kill each other, and actually try to deal with it this way. The result of it is that we've ended up with a bunch of politicians who are nothing but fucking self-serving. The problem with that is that the vast majority of the people that are involved in politics as it stands at the moment are all fucking the latest invaders. They're all descended, they're all family groups of the people that invaded these fucking lands in the first place and disinherited everybody that stands here. There's 94% of this country are still Breton. They're not Saxons. You're only dealing with about 6% Saxons. Okay, maybe that's inaccurate because you've got maybe 10% fucking Viking. Doesn't matter. The vast number of people who actually exist still in these islands are native people. And this whole concept of multiculturalism is basically multi-conflictism. You're bringing together a whole group of people who constantly argue, fight, and want to kill each other, and you stuff them into a fucking tower block in the middle of London somewhere, confronting them with confounded and constant fucking misery of being dumped on top of one another, encased in concrete in a fucking place where nothing ever grows, and you expect that this is going to be our strength? What are you, fucking retarded? Have some kind of you're operating on some kind of fucking parallel universe that just nobody else lives in. You're some kind of fucking towny stranger who thinks that because you live in a tower block and you go to Tesco or Sainsbury's for your food, that it doesn't have to grow in a field and nobody has to grow or raise cows to produce your fucking steaks and your cereal. You think that, oh, let's go to Tesco to buy our beef because no animals were harmed in the making of our steaks. You mingle.
Les, take a chill pill, son. You know what? That is the first rant properly that I've heard in many, many years from you. I just want to explain to the people a little bit about what goes on with charity and the fact that we import these people into our own countries at the risk and the detriment of our own social infrastructure. Now, people...
part about it is that when you actually bring in all these people who really have a very low expectation of life, because, let's face it, 4 walls, mirrors, flat screen TVs, burning gas fire compared to Mud Hut, well, hey, if you have a level up from Mud Hut, you're fine. So your wages only have to cover Mud Hut plus flat screen TV. Therefore, you can survive on a much fucking lower wage. Well, that's fucking wonderful. Because my children now grow up and they're looking, and I'm pushing them to find a job at the very bottom of the ladder, because that's where all teenagers need to start.
Right,
It's
listen.
at the very of the fucking ladder.
Listen, I've got a question for you. And it comes from... Hang on a minute. No, well, listen, let me do my catchphrase. Let me do my catchphrase. Whoa. Hold on a minute, fella.
Doing these fucking jobs. So all of our teenagers now no longer learn what it means to hold a fucking job. And they're
Les.
sitting there still at 25 years old in their parents' basements, rattling away on a fucking keyboard.
The left. Yeah. The left. Listen, I've got... Les.
Fucking accept less pay to do the dirty jobs. So now we've raised an entire generation of people who don't want jobs. Who pays for them? If they're not fucking working, who pays for them?
Well, but that takes it off of the state, you see. Now, listen, I'm just going to ask you a question, and this is from Somerset Infidel in the chat room. Here is a question for you all. How many 80-year-old lefties do you know? See, that's the indoctrination, Les. This is what's gone on. And I'm just going to say something here. There's a video. Hang on a minute. There's a video. Les, give me 2 seconds. Les.
Yes.
Les, give me 2 seconds. There's a video on YouTube called Gumball. As in gumballs, as in what you suck, gumballs. The Gumball video. And what this guy does, this professor in America, he explains... what goes on with immigration through... You've seen it, I know. But the people that are listening probably haven't seen it. Put in Gumball video. Put in Gumball video on YouTube.
Immigration Gumball Numbers USA.
Right.
Is the way to...
Right. So what he does basically is tells you that over the amount of... We could take 1 million people, and there's big pots of gumballs. We take 1 million people and we put it in a wine glass. That comes into our country at the detriment of our own social infrastructure. We take 1 million people. Births over deaths every year. They're adding 80 million people to their population. You know, we can take 2 million a year and spread them around our countries to help these people, right? And what happens is that births over deaths, they add another 100 million people the next year. So we're fighting the losing battle. And the fact being as well, obviously, is that when you take these million people or 2 million people from these impoverished countries and try to give them a start in our Western lands, what you're in actual fact doing, because of what you believe you need as a selfish fucking country, what you do is take the best from that country and bring them into your country to hopefully bolster up your economy and bring in nurses and engineers and mechanics.
Yeah, we end up with...
And the countries that are left behind, the countries where these people leave are now left with nobody to help rebuild that country. So in actual fact, for us taking 1 or 2 million people a year over births and deaths of 80 million and taking the best from a certain country or countries to bolster up our own economy, we are now ruining. So it's worse, lads. It's worse than bombing a country and making refugees, because this goes on every single day. You know, I mean, we must admit that.
Do you want to know the worst part? for every immigrant and for every refugee that's brought into this country, we could have helped 12 people where they are.
More, probably, Les.
Same
More.
amount of money.
More, I would say. More.
It's, it's a 12-to-1 ratio. It's been established as a 12-to-1 ratio that we can help 12 people for the same amount of money in the Middle East for the same amount as to bring them here and establish them here. And the stupid part about it is that if you were to actually look at this idea of, well, we're an aging society and we have to bring all these people in to prop up our social security systems and one thing and another. Well, no, because all that sort of stuff is now being automated.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Listen, we often demonise the young, right, over the inactions of these people that want to work, etc. You know, take for mummy and daddy, live in the basements, right? No, yeah, okay. We just had a message on Facebook Live from. We've just had a message. We've just had a message from Nikki on Facebook. All right. My son is 19 and works bloody hard. And my other son was 17 when he joined the army 4 years ago. And I have one son, is a prison officer. So not all teenagers are lazy and don't want to work. I'm not going to press C more. But you see, the thing being on, hang on a minute, the thing being on that is upbringing. That is what you did to instill the values that you believed in your children. And we all do, hang on a minute, sorry. We all do the same thing. My children, it's the same. There's a lot of people out there that are single mums finding it very, very hard. Some do a great job, some do a bad job. There are single dads out there that do a great job and a bad job. But it's about what you believe and perceive your reality to be as to what your children do and the values that you instill within your children. You did a great job, obviously, Nikki. Other people don't do a great job. And we can see a great example of that probably within, and I'm going to say it because this is what the show's about, within the black community. Because these people grow up in gangs. These people grow up with no fathers. These people grow up with 4 or 5 brothers or sisters from different fathers. Okay? So there's a complete and utter social breakdown. And I would like to say to you at the moment that that is Fabianism at its complete and utter worst.
This is one of the things. It's that there are... Okay, I'm going to paraphrase something that fucking Milo guy said, but the statistics actually back this up, is that there is no greater predictor of being an antisocial, criminal, backward moron than growing up in a fatherless home. Now, there are a lot of single families. And the reason that there are a lot of single families, or single parent-led families, should I say.
Social breakdown, Les.
Well, the social benefits have played a massive, massive role in this. Because of the plain and simple fact that one guy who's going out to work can earn, let's say, £20,000 a year. That £20,000 a year has got to feed 3 people. The father, the mother, and the son. On 20 grand a year.
Yep.
If that mother then finds out that she can divorce the father and go on to social benefits and get £26,000 a year, Well, now it's not just a case of, well, I can feed my children. It's now a case of I can feed my children and I can put a flat screen TV on the wall and I can have the latest iPhone.
And do what we can with their own family more than when people work. Now, you can see that as being an example of what Fabianism is and does to a society, because in actual fact what you're telling people is there's no point in working, let's stay at home, let's have children with different fathers, let's have plenty of different children with different parents, you know, and that begins the social breakdown, because these people, and they do, from whatever walk of life, whatever colour, creed, religion that live in this country, grow up without a father, they grow up without a mother. They become somewhat lawless and feral. And we're now seeing gangs that are running around our country, stabbing, shooting, killing, robbing, maiming, all sorts of people because of the social breakdown and the mum and dad thing that is not around anymore because it becomes more socially acceptable. Let me tell you this. Dal had a daughter at 16. She was raped. My wife was raped, way before I got with her, obviously. And she was demonised for that, believe it or not. Demonised for that. Now, but there was no father there. Okay. Now that back in the day was very unheard of. Okay. Now everyone's a single parent. It's become more socially acceptable, and the more we accept over the minority, the more we accept, the more we become desensitised to the fact that our social breakdown is happening right in front of us. These things will go on even more. And our social breakdown is happening at a fucking alarming rate, my friend. And this is where we come down to gangs, we come down to lawlessness, we come down to no respect for the police, we come down to no respect for authority, no respect in schools, no respect anywhere, Les. You see, this is the problem, and we need to address that. And I think, personally, that if you've got problem children, there should be a camp they should be able to go to. I wholeheartedly support every single mum and every single dad out there that are having problems with their children because they are a single parent. But where can you go? The children have Childline. My mum grounded me and I'm going to ring Childline. Where's Parent Line, you need it, lads? Where is it? Where's Parent Line? Where's the help for the parents? There's no help for the parents, and these children grow up feral and in gangs, running amok in our country, and they do, from all different colours, creeds, religions. Doesn't matter where they come from, but they do. And this comes down to the social breakdown that the Fabian society and the Fabians would love nothing more than to happen to this country, to have other people come in, have a family unit, and let's face it, the Muslims, the left, everyone else sticks together, apart from other people from apparent dysfunctional families. This is the breakdown that the Fabian society and Fabianism brings and breeds in our country. This is their plan. This is what they've brought upon us, because our children then won't go out and get a job. Our children won't learn in school. All right? These other children do learn in school. Then you bring interpreters in. You know, it's all geared up against everybody that is, should I say, white and Caucasian in this country, single mums, single dads with their children in schools. You know, this is where it comes down to the social breakdown. And the Fabian Society, my friend, are behind all of it. I saw something on the telly, probably not 6 weeks ago, and it was mentioned on BBC News, the Fabian Society, right? And I went, here we go. I've not ever heard of them until I talked to Graham. Never heard of them, lads. We've never talked about it, the Fabians, right? Never knew about it. No, hang on. Yeah, let me just finish, right? I'd never heard of them before. It was on the BBC News, Fabian Society, and it come up a think tank. No, not a think tank. An organisation that's been here since the 1860s, worming their way into every political and learning institution in our country that has literally taken away what we were as a people. That is their plan. Their actual motto and their shield is a wolf in sheep's clothing, my friend. These people are very, very dangerous. Sadiq Khan is a Fabian. He's also a Muslim. You know, these things go hand in hand. They really do.
But you're dealing with, it's earlier than that. Okay, it runs back much, much earlier than that. You're dealing with a bottom-up society, okay, and you're dealing with a bunch of individuals who have a bottom-up mentality, and you're then imposing upon them during the 16th century and the 17th century, earlier than that even, this idea of groups and ists and isms and all these different group ideas. And the next thing that you know, you've got the 1688/89 English Bill of Rights, which says that, for want of a better way of putting it, I mean, they're talking about Protestants versus Catholics, and the whole sort of Fabian concept is very much a Catholic thing. They're talking about groupthink versus individual think.
Collectivism.
Well, yeah, collectivism versus individualism.
Yeah.
And taking one man and trying to figure out what he did, rather than taking one man and trying to figure out what a group did. So you're dealing with an individual concept. The 1688/89 English Bill of Rights says that all English Protestant men are to and can have arms for their defence. But it discriminates specifically against this Catholic idea of universalism. And we're back to this universalist kind of idea again.
Universalist, globalist, collectivism. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Catholic Church operates on the concept of one God over all and everybody. And well, no, we've never worked that way. We've never worked that way. As much as the institution of one man, one woman equals one child, the concept of monogamy and monogamy and individualism have been fundamental bedrocks. Okay, this is something that we've always looked back on, and that when we end up with a disagreement between two groups of people, if you like, we've always gone back to, the better part of 800 years, back to Magna Carta and this concept of the rule of law rather than the rule of a tyrant or the rule of a monolith and all that sort of stuff. We've always had a bottom-up society based on the individual. And people try to tell us we have no culture. What the fuck? The reason is that our culture, our idea, our way of doing things, being bottom up, finding out what the moral idea is, finding out which way we need to do things, how we as a people need to move forwards. When you replace that people, that's gone.
And that's exactly what's happening, Les. Through the history, the heritage, the culture that we hold dear, it's been eradicated very slowly but very surely.
Yeah, but it's going to be erased. It's going to be eroded. It has to be. Because you put people in power and they get wind of the ideas that come from 1138 with the concept of the Roman law, blah, blah, blah. And you end up with this idea of authority and I have power over you. And, well, you've now got a bunch of people who think that somebody else has power over them rather than the other way around because of something that came out psychologically, if you like, something that came out in 1138. And then you start to push this expansionist and entirely fascist, if you like, taking the Roman concept of fascism being the sticks bound around the axe and all that sort of thing. You're taking groupthink. Whenever you put groupthink into Western civilization, it creates these problems. It always creates these problems because we will take you, for example. All Saxons have a certain ethical code. You're a Saxon. You share an ethical code and a fundamental understanding of law, which is different to that of the Britons, which is different to that of the Nordic, which is different to that of the Picti, which is different to that of the Irish, and the Cymry, and the Kerneric. So you have a different idea. Everybody has a different idea. The thing is to collect all of those ideas and throw them into what we consider now to be, quote unquote, Parliament. It was a brilliant move, okay? Simon de Montfort, when he basically went against the crown and established the concept of Parliament, it was a brilliant move. And it wasn't beyond what people understood, it wasn't beyond what people expected, and it was an informal solution that corrected something that was bad within the formal solution. And he called upon a knight from each shire and 2 commoners from each shire within the land, and got everybody together in order to establish his sort of political authority. And that established Parliament as we know it and as it stands at the moment.
Yep.
A previous version of Parliament during the Roman occupation was held in York. It wasn't too dissimilar. They did the same thing. Simon de Montfort basically copied something that happened in York, but put it in London, and that's the way that everything ended up going. But it was still entirely individualistic. It didn't operate on these kind of group thinks that other people have.
Go on, mate, sorry.
It's one of these things. One of the things that I'm working towards at the moment, and one of the things that I think would be really, really good for the country as a whole, is because Parliament has ceased to operate within the principles of the common law, which is one of the things that the House of Lords was put there to do.
To keep an even keel, yes.
Well, they were there because they were people who were already rich and weren't able to be bribed. Okay? That was the concept of the House of Lords.
To keep an even keel, Les, between the House of Commons and the House of Lords.
But the House of Commons was for the scum, sort of low class kind of pond scum, if you like, were able to go up against the House of Lords. That was the House of Commons. The problem with the House of Commons is that there are no common people in there anymore. There just isn't.
Exactly.
They're all on £70,000+ a year basic, plus expenses, plus overtime, plus yeah, but these people are hauling in £120,000 a year. They're not common, okay? The House of Commons is no longer run by the commoners.
Right.
It's gone. It's done. It's destroyed. Because they have voted for themselves for them to be elevated above the Commons, which has destroyed the concept of the House of Commons.
Okay.
One of the things that I've been thinking about is to return, scoot back, and you've got to have something that resonates with people. You've got to have something that is something that people will accept. And I've been thinking about recreating, or creating, should I say, a new Commons, a new Parliament, which would take actual commoners, builders, bid, pool cleaners,
the working class, my friend.
The working class, etc., and establishing another House of Commons, which does actually have common people operating voluntarily in York, which was the heart of the Roman Empire at one point in time. Do what Simon de Montfort did and summon people from each of the counties to meet in York and give competition to London.
You see, I'm just going to go. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. We've got Lisa Cusack, I think, if I'm reading that right, on the Facebook Live, and I'm just going to explain something which should mean something. Hopefully, she's saying it doesn't matter if single parent family or the politically correct family or two mums or two dads. It's down to the right and wrongs of the individuals and what they choose to install of being good people. Now, to explain to you that to be parents, to bring your child up right is the right thing to do. And whether you've got a certain sexual persuasion is, again, down to you. Now, if we look at demographics and the fact that if we keep promoting the minority that are lesbian or gay, probably not politically correct, but that's what I'm going to say at the moment, lesbian or gay, then what you're in actual fact doing is promoting the fact that your demographics in your country, bearing in mind it was man and woman, children. Okay, we've pandered.
Biological fundamental reality.
Yeah, just let me finish, please. Right, this has become something that we have in fact at the moment been pandering to for a long time. I've seen pictures of gay marches, and there are little children dressed like the adults. Okay, now there's a big thing going on at the moment with paedophilia, be it within government, Pizzagate in America, massive paedophile rings. We are glorifying the sexualisation of children because of these minority groups. Now, if we look at the fact that demographics say that we have 1.7 children at the moment, and other people in this country have 6.7, I think it is, or 5.7, 6.7 children in this country, we will be outbred at some point. And the Fabian society, again, the Fabianism within our society, actually wants to promote gay rights. They want to promote the fact that these people, even if they can't have children, social services over future emotional harm will take your child and give it to these people that can't have children, right? Now, hang on a minute. Let me finish. Les, just let me finish. No, just let me finish. No, just let me finish. No, just let me, Les, let me finish. We are led to believe that over future emotional harm. So if someone's a member of the English Defence League or Britain First, social services will take that child because of future emotional harm. Now, you are indoctrinating that child apparently into your belief system in the way that you believe things, and that is sad. Hang on a minute. No, Les, let me get to my point, please. Listen. That then tells them that that child, apparently with future emotional harm, will come underneath some sort of future emotional harm because you are indoctrinating that child into your way of thinking. It doesn't mean the same when these people might be gay, dressing their children up as, women, children, children are dressing up, little girls dressing up as boys and little boys dressed up as girls. We've got transgender toilets that's teaching our children at 4 years old sexual education. These are the things that the Fabian Society put into place to ruin and wreck what you believe your society and heritage and culture and history to be. These people are doing that, right? Now, if that's the case, and the EDL and Britain First and other people with a different idea, we're not all racist, brother, you know that, but they will say, over future emotional harm, I'm going to take that child off of you and give it to someone else. Now, why isn't the same said when these children are indoctrinated into a certain way of thinking because they've got two gay male parents and they're dressing their child up as a girl? It might be a boy, they've adopted it, whatever's gone on. That is, my friend, future emotional harm. And we're going to see major, and please remember this, what's the date? It is the 25th of March 2000.